Hello, I'm Lucy. Today I would like to introduce you to a new series. Legend has it that on the peak of infinite pioneer at the edge of the world, there exists a chaos supreme with unfathomable power, unmatched by anyone in this world. For tens of thousands of years, he has roamed the world, doing as he pleases and committing countless evil deeds. Anyone who hears his name keeps their distance. Some fearfully serve him as a deity, while others use his title to stop children from crying at night. He has taken on countless top-tier disciples. In the world, no one has not come from under his wing, the supreme of the demon Tao Re Tian sect, the Eastern Demon King, the Western Divine Emperor, the Reincarnation Underworld King, and even the Celestial Alliance's Tao Lord have all once been his disciples. At this moment, in an undisclosed location, a gigantic meteorite carrying earth-shattering flames fell from the sky. Boom! As the heavenly tribulation meteorite nearly touched a mountain peak, it stopped, as if it had hit an invisible barrier, creating a tremor that sent all living beings into panic. This was because a young man caught the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands, while lazily yawning. He is the legendary Chaos Supreme, Celestial Alliance Master, the honor of the Demon King, and the Supreme Deity Great Emperor, with the renowned Tao Mingzi. Get lost! Chaos Supreme shouted, giving a gentle push to the heavenly tribulation, sending it back to where it came from. Even if you want to kill the master, you shouldn't unleash your big moves recklessly like that, harming innocent flora and fauna. It's truly not good. Right, my beloved disciples. His gaze shifted to the void ahead, where hundreds of soldiers from across the realm were gathered, including warships, black tortoise spaceships stationed in the modern world, and the powerful dragon race, with immortal masters hovering in the sky. As mighty as they were, they all faced only one person, Tao Mingzi. On a spaceship, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Marshal, our heavenly tribulation is being knocked away by that demon leader." The marshal remained silent for a moment before saying, "If this level can kill him, then I need not personally take the field." This person was a disciple of Tao Mingzi, Kongwin Hai Tun, Su Kai. Suddenly, Su Kai's eyes welled up with tears, both sorrowful and proud, from the depths of his heart. "No wonder he is my master, he commands such admiration. Unfortunately, our troops hear the command, and the demon leader on this endless frontier has destroyed our national defense formation. Today, I want to kill the demon leader for the sake of the emperor, to protect our homeland." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Kill the demon leader, protect our homeland. Slay the demon leader, protect our homeland." Echoing across the mountains and sky, the morale of our enemies reached its peak. But in the eyes of Tao Mingzi, they appeared as mere insects. Making such a commotion, it certainly is a grand spectacle. "Su Kai, do you wish for my cultivation?" At this moment, beside Su Kai, a man wearing a beaded necklace said, Amitba, Su Kai senior brother, let us refrain from using our troops to avoid casualties." Seeing this, Su Kai's excited mood calmed down slightly as he tilted his head to look back. "Let me test this demon leader first, to see if he will return the stolen Buddhist treasure. This demon leader once enlightened my life. Out of gratitude, if he hands over the treasure, I can spare his life." This monk is none other than Tao Mingzi's disciple, the wrathful Arhat, Jia Kong. Tao Mingzi replied, "Well, this might be a bit difficult, but that Buddhist treasure of yours is not worth much. Lost is lost." In fact, he had sold it to the old landlord who traded in gold. How could he possibly pay him back? While he was thinking about the good deed he had done, a surge of power approached him. Jia Kong unleashed a punch. In the blink of an eye, the punch was right at his body. "Demon leader, surrender your life." Jia Kong put all his strength into this move. Tao Mingzi did not dodge but directly received it. The clash of their powers created a sound that resonated through the sky and earth. The ground could not withstand it and cracked open a large fissure. "Good punch." Upon hearing this, Jia Kang's face turned ugly. This punch of his was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation, but Tao Mingzi could block it with just one finger. "But relying solely on your arms and legs won't kill the master." Jia Kong panicked. "What?" His arm instinctively trembled as the feeling of death approached. Suddenly, at that moment, Tao Mingzi felt a soft, ethereal hand touch his shoulder. Looking back, there were many hands entwined around his body, channeling power directly into his soul. A girl holding an umbrella stepped forward. It was she who had intervened, carrying a heavy aura of dark energy. Master, the fate of the person has ended, I have come to escort him to the underworld. She is also one of Dao Ming-Zi's disciples, the reincarnation of the king of hell, Yi Ling. Oh, you can't kill my body, so you've turned to seizing my soul. Well done, Yi Ling. The furious Maitreya's Arhat Jia Kong seizes the opportunity, taking advantage of Dao Ming-Zi's distraction to conjure a magical weapon resembling a short pen. He said no more words and struck out with a punch at the body of the pen, creating a large cross seal, using the pen as a sword and stabbing straight towards Dao Ming-Zi. An unstoppable force, the magical weapon pierced into Dao Ming-Zi's chest. Yet his expression remained calm, suffering no harm to his body. What a master of demonic arts, the main disciple hiding things. Oh dear, why is the master captured? The sweet and enchanting voice he was familiar with made Dao Ming-Zi look up. From the void stepped a begging woman, dressed scantily, with torn fabric in places, and horns on her forehead, a characteristic of demonic paths. She is a disciple of Dao Ming-Zi, the chaotic supreme, sect master of the Ri Tian sect, Li Yi Lu. You all be gentle. Do not harm the body of a person. Master, rest assured, your disciple will be trained to become a puppet, serving every night. The pure female body of yours is reserved for you, truly making things difficult for Hammer. Do you still remember Hammer's name? No, my name is YLU. Dao Ming-Zi sighed. Oh dear, the longing of the disciple is making the master on the verge of tears. Dao Ming-Zi's eyes were watery, possibly feeling a deep frustration in his heart because his own disciple was plotting to harm him, or it could just be an act. From afar, lightning flickered purple on the horizon, revealing the magical talent of a great power. He knew who was coming and immediately said, "However, your senior sister doesn't seem like she will spare the master." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 purple lightning strikes descended, leaving everyone stunned. A fairy appeared before them, still crackling with residual lightning. Chu Sheng, this young lady has given you countless opportunities to turn back. Today, for the sake of the world, I will not spare your life any longer. This is the disciple of Dao Ming-Zi, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, the sword immortal of the Wu Ling, Qi Shao. Her face was flushed, and the shyness in this situation seemed quite inappropriate. Dao Ming-Zi remained silent for a moment, closed her eyes, sighed, and then chuckled softly. It seems this time the master has truly been caught, huh? My lovely disciples, you can cut or kill as you wish, the master will not resist. Qi Shao seemed somewhat unconvinced, her emotions surging. Is it true, master? Are you admitting defeat? Suddenly, Dao Ming-Zi slapped her face. Of course it's fake, ha ha ha, how could I ever admit defeat? See you again. Before the eyes of the entire strong 3 realms, Dao Ming-Zi's figure flickered and then vanished. The disciples were momentarily stunned, speechless as they exclaimed, she just disappeared without a trace before countless divine consciousnesses that locked her down. Li Yi Lu lamented, oh dear, I can't believe she managed to escape. The master truly has immense magical talent. The last time we parted was hundreds of years ago. Senior sister, do you think we'll be able to catch her next time? Silence greeted her question. She turned to ask senior sister for more insight, but to her surprise, she saw Qi Shao with tears streaming down her face. Senior sister. Li Yi Lu was left speechless. Senior sister is so overly sentimental. Alright, senior sister, be good, don't cry anymore. The junior sisters and junior brothers gathered around to comfort her. Yi Ling thoughtfully handed her a towel to wipe her face, but it did not ease her emotions at that moment. The leader of the fairy Qi Shao cried very heartbrokenly, losing her usual cool demeanor. Li Yi Lu sighed at this scene, loving the master so much but not saying it out loud, really at a loss for words, ruining a lifetime. At this moment, in the room, a young man who had been gaming day and night sat in front of his computer screen, stretched his arms, leaned back in his chair, and tiredly said, after grinding for 7 days straight, I finally finished the quest in this game. Dao Ming-Zi yawned and complained, damn it, this useless game is long and terrible, and I can't even save it. If it weren't for this mysterious grand prize, I would have deleted you a long time ago. Let me introduce a little about myself. My name is Chu Sheng, a good-natured person from a good family. A week ago, a game called the All-Purpose Immortal Cultivating System suddenly appeared on my computer. Thinking it was junk software, I was about to delete it. But I discovered the difference in this game. The female characters in the game claim that if the player can conquer all the female characters after completing all the missions, they may receive a mysterious big reward. That sounds appealing. In the end, I chose to stay and give it a try. Of course, it was just for that mysterious reward. Moreover, those charming girls were quite my type. To gain the great reward with the highest efficiency, I transformed into Dao Ming Z in the game. I can say I used all sorts of methods, leaving no stone unturned. Once, Dao Ming Z intentionally lured the monster here, then hid behind a rock and laughed sinisterly. Hee, I have not wasted my efforts to lure the monster here. I'll wait until she can't hold on any longer, then go save her. I'm sure I'll gain quite a bit of favorability. After completing the plan, the girl shyly said, "Fool, thank you for saving me. Although it's a bit sudden, I have a question to ask you. Suppose there is a young lady who has feelings for you and wants to become your Dao partner to fight alongside you, would you agree?" Dao Mingzi then made a handsome face and decisively refused. Not agreeing. The goodwill is full, let's move on to the next target. The statement left the girl stunned, dazed, her eyes wide and her mouth in an O shape. After saying this, he immediately flew away, excited to find the next target, leaving the girl trembling and calling out hopelessly, Chu Sheng. After 7 days and nights of hard work, Chu Sheng finally completed it, tiredly stretching and puffing out his chest. Fortunately, this is just a game. If I really crossed over to that world based solely on what I have done before, it would be enough to kill me 800 times. Then, Chu Sheng excitedly sat up, clicked the mouse, and exclaimed, "Enough dilly-dallying, let me see what that mysterious prize is." Countless dreams of a life change appeared. Is it a big villa, a supercar, or enough money to spend endlessly? Whether I can strike it rich or not depends entirely on today. Chu Sheng's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting the gift. The announcement board also appeared. Congratulations, you have received a mysterious prize. The journey to cross over to the omnipotent cultivation world. Seeing this, he was startled and exclaimed in confusion, "Ha!" The system continued to display details. You will cross over into the game world with the cultivation golden elixir. Experiencing a true ascetic life. Chu Sheng was stunned after reading it, lost for words. Whoa! Before he could collect himself, the system displayed another message. The crossover portal has opened. Please hold on tight, next destination, Celestial Alliance. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng continually backed away, sweating profusely, panicking as he shouted, "God damn it! Stop, I'm not going back there." Despite his cries, pleas, and desperate sobbing, the system dragged him into the game. The screen displayed the message. Congratulations, host, crossover successful. The all-powerful immortal cultivating system is here to serve you, wishing the host a joyful ascension. Inside the game, in the inner courtyard of the Celestial Alliance, Chu Sheng leaned against the wall, trembling all over, vomiting uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Afterward, pale and drenched in sweat, he looked at the system and mumbled, "Can't you make your crossover a little more humane? It's even worse than riding a roller coaster 8 times in a row." The system, looking pleased, replied, "During the crossover process, minor impacts are normal. Please be forgiving, host." Once Chu Sheng finished vomiting, he blankly asked, "By the way, where exactly did you send me? Why does this place look familiar?" The system calculated for a moment and said, according to the GPS positioning guide, the current location of the host is the Celestial Alliance. Chu Sheng was startled and shouted loudly, "What? This damn system chose my starting point at the Celestial Alliance, does it want my life? Get me back now." The system ignored Chu Sheng's emotions and happily replied, "If the host wants to return to the original world, he needs to cultivate to the Great Ascension stage to activate the crossover function to various worlds." Chu Sheng angrily said, "Great Ascension my ass. Damn it, How am I supposed to live until then? Suddenly, a patrol team accidentally heard some noise and came over to check. It seems there's something going on over there, let's go take a look. Chu Xing jumped in fright, his face paling, thinking, oh no, I'm about to be discovered. He hurriedly climbed over the wall and ran away, thinking, no, if the report goes up and she finds out, I will definitely die. I've grown up to this age, and I haven't even held hands with young girls yet, I can't die here. While sneaking away, Chu Xing noticed a room with an open window. He was surprised, the room has lights on, but there's no one here. Never mind, let's escape from the patrol first and figure things out later. After successfully sneaking into the room, Chu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. But the next disaster was about to strike. A girl approached Chu Xing, just finished showering, her entire body soaking wet, still wrapped in a towel, covering her 2 pairs of perfect breasts, with a fiery figure and curvy hips. The eyes of the two met awkwardly, full of confusion, and neither could find the words to speak. Moments later, the girl frowned and screamed, "Eh!" This made Chu Xing's face darken, and he could only force a smile, thinking to himself, ha ha, goodbye to this miserable life of mine, I'm done for this time. The girl with blue hair panicked and stammered, yelling, who are you? What do you want with me? Chu Xing, flustered, scratched his head repeatedly, smiled awkwardly, and explained, well, if I said I crossed over to here, would you believe it? This trembling blue-haired girl was none other than the grand senior sister of the Celestial Alliance, Anran. Anran's face darkened, gritting her teeth, so angry that she trembled, to the point where the sword behind her reacted, emitting a violent aura that shook vigorously in response to its owner, immediately flying into Anran's hand. Without hesitation, Anran swung her sword decisively towards Chu Xing, shouting, die! You scoundrel! Chu Xing looked at the sword Qi, his face pale with fear, his soul dissipating, and shouted, oh my, are you serious? Take it easy, oh my. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword Qi flashed by, causing Chu Xing to fall back in panic, dodging in a hurry. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, if I'm going to die here, there should at least be something to enlighten my soul, so, don't blame me, sorry. Chu Xing got up and threw himself at and ran like a hungry tiger, startling her as she exclaimed, what? He embraced and ran, causing her to feel shy and let her guard down. Then, he forcefully grabbed the towel wrapped around her and landed, striking a cool pose. The girl flipped her hair, her face flushed, and shouted, you scoundrel. Chu Xing held the towel in his hand, putting on a lecherous grin, and stood up, continuously provoking and ran, this time, let's see how you can make a move. And Ran froze, making Chu Xing smug, thinking to himself, the people in this game are very conservative, she will definitely be afraid to act because she doesn't want to be seen completely and will just let herself go. Though for me, it also has a slightly stimulating side effect. Let me put a little pressure on her, he. He continuously ran back and forth, teasing, hey girl, your swordsmanship was so sharp earlier, why are you standing still now? If you ignore me, then I'll take this towel. As he spoke, the playboy, Chu Xing, had a nosebleed while admiring the girl's figure. And Ran, on the other side, was furious, her aura blazing, her voice trembling, give it back to me. She channeled her spiritual energy into the sword and said, that towel is very expensive. Then, with wide eyes, she rushed angrily towards Chu Xing like lightning. Seeing this, he was terrified, sweating, and thought to himself, oh no, this is the water spirit swordsmanship's ice violent technique. The power of the water vortex was so overwhelming that Chu Xing hurriedly jumped aside to avoid it. Damn! Chu Xing frowned, gritting his teeth, while dodging and analyzing. The water spirit swordsmanship is the only powerful violent technique of the water attribute that I created, known for its immense power and quick activation speed. However, as the creator of this move, I see it has a fatal flaw. High-level violent techniques in swordsmanship come at a cost, and the power of the ice burst decreases with the number of attacks. And Ran saw Chu Xing only trying to escape, and she was furious, shouting, don't even think about running away, you lecher. She immediately swung her sword fiercely. Chu Xing nimbly dodged, feeling anxious inside, secretly thinking, I must avoid the first few moves, down, right, down, left. A normal person would be fooled by the strength shown at the beginning. But in reality, when the moves reached their conclusion, even mortals. At this thought, Chu Xing suddenly stopped, turned around, and seriously faced the incoming blade. And Ran was surprised by this. It turned out that Chu Xing had unleashed his strength, easily pinching her sword tightly with just his two hands. The pressure from Chu Xing caused the sword to develop many cracks, then shatter in Ran's astonishment. Chu Xing slowly released his grip, proudly saying, "Haha, miss, it seems you bought a fake." He felt confident inside, thinking, seeing my power, she must be too shocked to think straight. But no, Ran approached him and angrily slapped him across the face, shouting, "You lecher, what have you done?" Then she bent down to look at her sword, trembling and saying, "This is a mysterious spirit sword, and I had to spend a large sum to buy it." Ran pouted and hurried over, grabbing Chu Xing by the collar and said, "Pervert, how do you plan to compensate me? In 7 days there's the competition. Without a sword, how can I deal with Zhang Yuhang from the outside sect?" Suddenly, Chu Xing covered Ran's head with a cloth. He looked at Ran thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke seriously, "Although I don't have money right now, I promise I will find a way to compensate you later. Right now, if we make too much noise and attract everyone from outside, it won't be good, right?" Upon hearing this, Ran unexpectedly blushed and quickly released her grip. Chu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, luckily my words are quite persuasive." Ran's cheeks were flushed as she turned away, thinking, "That's right, this person can easily destroy the spirit sword, his strength is definitely not simple. Now that I have him in a bind, perhaps this is an opportunity." After thinking this, the girl raised a finger shyly and said, "I can let you go, but in addition to compensating for the sword, you have to promise me one thing." Chu Xing was surprised and quickly responded, "Huh? What is it?" He felt delighted inside, thinking, "As long as I can leave here as soon as possible, without disturbing her, anything is fine." Ran turned back, emphasizing, 7 days later is the disciple competition of the Celestial Alliance, with the championship prize being a top-grade spirit sword. This competition is a 2-on-2 martial arts duel. Chu Xing was startled, realizing that something bad was about to happen, and stammered, "Do you mean?" The girl immediately walked over, grabbed his shirt and replied maliciously, "That's right, I need you to help me achieve the championship." Chu Xing's inner self screamed, "What?" Ran noticed Chu Xing's lack of response and pressed her breasts against him, anxiously asking, "What's wrong, don't you want to?" Chu Xing turned pale, sweating, glanced down, and replied, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that could you put on some clothes first before talking?" Ran, upon hearing this, was taken aback. She got angry and pointed directly at Chu Xing, shouting, "Turn around." Chu Xing immediately turned around, shrugging in obedience. While Ran was choosing clothes to change, Chu Xing kept glancing back and murmured, "Really, I've clearly seen everything and yet still so petty." Ran heard something and turned back to ask, "What are you mumbling about?" Chu Xing, feeling guilty, quickly clarified, "No, I was saying you're very forgiving to let me off, truly generous." Ran was wearing fishnet stockings, huffing coldly and grumbling, "Humph, you chatty one, although that spirit sword is extremely important, if the item is damaged tonight, you must compensate according to its value." Chu Xing heard this and turned back, panicked and annoyed, saying, "Wait, wasn't it you who broke it yourself?" Ran smiled proudly, holding up the token and saying, "If not, given my status, your sneaking into my room could very well reach Alliance Leader Qi." Seeing that token, Chu Xing felt as if he had been struck dumb, stammering, Is that the heavenly command?" In his mind, Chu Xing was worried, thinking, "I've heard that the heavenly command can summon the true righteous sections. In this world, there are only 3 people who possess the heavenly command. I never expected one to be in her hands." At this moment, memories from the game flooded back to Chu Xing. In a shabby hut, with rain falling incessantly outside, a voice echoed out, "Atang, I've done it." "What? I can't be hearing things, can I?" Inside, a young man was drying the hair of a girl with flushed cheeks. The girl said, "Atang, today I found a disciple willing to join our Celestial Alliance." Atang responded in surprise, "What? It's raining so heavily, And yet there really is a fool who has been deceived by you. She snatched a towel to dry her hair and pouted, what do you mean by fool? She is the first disciple of our celestial alliance, and also my first disciple in Qi Shao. Realizing this, Chu Xing quickly frowned and said, so it's you, the grand disciple of the celestial alliance, and ran. While tying her hair up, and ran coldly replied, it turns out that the lecherous scoundrel is aware of my title, Celestial Alliance Grand Senior Sister, and ran. At that moment, Chu Sheng was left speechless, holding his mouth in anguish with tears streaming down his face, unable to say a word. Damn it, how could I be so unlucky? I ended up in her room. Truly, if she brings up Qi Shao, I'm finished. Suddenly, An Ran spoke up, the compensation has been determined, but what about the martial arts tournament? Do you agree? Chu Xing felt wronged, frowned, and thought to himself, just agree for now, and wait for an opportunity to escape later. Then, with quick determination, he answered loudly, all right, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, the room instantly turned pitch black. His expression shifted from determination to blood-drained. Confused. Huh? And Ran immediately pulled the door and locked Chu Xing outside. She casually instructed, tomorrow, the seal of the storage room will unblock itself. I'll wait for you at the martial arts school. Chu Xing hurriedly knocked on the door, shouting loudly, you can't be serious, at least give me a blanket, and what about going to the bathroom? And Ran left without caring. Chu Xing banged on the door, shouting in despair, hey, don't go. With no one responding, Chu Xing clenched his fists, trembling all over, but eventually relented. He leaned against the wall, helpless, and sighed, yesterday I was Dao Ming Zi commanding the elements, and today I've ended up in this tragic situation. And Ran's bag suddenly fell, catching Chu Xing's attention. Out of sheer curiosity, he quickly picked up a tiny pair of pink frilly panties, feeling shy and thinking, now that I think about it, I didn't notice this when playing games, I can't believe the clothing in this world is so advanced. While he was admiring the panties, a girl leaned close to Chu Xing's ear from behind and asked softly, oh, it turns out the host of the mixed fish has such tastes. Chu Xing felt a pang of guilt and screamed in shock. The sound echoed all around, making An Ran, who was on her way home, feel bewildered. At that moment, a small system appeared above her with a clearly large bump, trembling all over as it indignantly said, woe is me, host, you don't care about me at all. After all, I am your all-powerful Cultivating Immortals system. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing became furious and went over to pinch the system's cheek, shouting, so it's you. What do you mean by caring for me? You threw me into danger like that, have you ever thought about my well-being? The system quickly retorted, ouch, ouch, ouch. Didn't I give you the cultivation golden elixir? What else do you want from me? Chu Xing frowned upon hearing this and analyzed, this game only classifies levels as pre-celestial, celestial, grandmaster, and immortal. Where does the golden elixir come from? Furthermore, the ones hunting me are all immortal kings and gods, what use is a single golden elixir to me? As she spoke, Chu Xing irritably grabbed a pair of frilly underwear and placed it on the system's head, causing the small system to respond in confusion, wow, I can't see anything now. Chu Xing turned away, grinding her teeth, trembling with anger, no, the night is long and full of dreams, tomorrow I must find an opportunity to escape. Early the next morning, the rooster crowed loudly. At this moment, Chu Xing had been unblocked from the seal. He immediately disguised himself as a bush, feeling confident and thinking to himself, hee, so what if she is the grand senior sister of the Celestial Alliance? How can I obediently listen and go to the training ground? After all, I am not a disciple of the Celestial Alliance, so I definitely have to take this opportunity to run away. There were two sisters standing outside talking when they suddenly noticed the suspicious bush, discussing, senior sister, look, there's a patch of grass that seems to be moving, it's really scary. It must be some perverted guy without good sense. We should go report it to the grand senior sister. While trying to sneak away, he saw a gathering of people up ahead, and out of curiosity, Chu Xing poked his head up to eavesdrop and watched the excitement, wondering what could be so important. He thought to himself, what's going on? Why is there such a big crowd? Over there was a romantic young man, holding a red rose, posing dramatically, softly saying, Ran, don't you really consider teaming up with a handsome and charming guy like me? This was Zhang Yuhang, a disciple from the outer sect of the Celestial Alliance. At this moment, he was only up to Ran's chest, confidently saying, I believe that if you join forces with this young master, we would definitely be a perfect match. And Ran could only frown. At a loss for words with this name. The people outside began to gossip among themselves, saying, it's that Zhang Yuhang again, relying on a powerful family to act recklessly. Yet he still dares to dream of the grand senior sister. Who cares if his father is a major sect master? Not worth provoking, not worth provoking. And Ran crossed her arms, feeling angry and thinking, this annoying young master is too troublesome. I have rejected him 10 times already, but he still won't give up. After thinking this, she turned and coldly left a single word, go. This left the short Yuhang stunned for a few seconds. Then, he scowled, angrily chasing after her, threatening, don't drink the wine you're offered if you want to drink the punishment wine. Do you believe that tomorrow the Zhang family will stop supporting the Celestial Alliance? When the leader investigates later, you won't have a good outcome. Upon hearing this, Ran felt irritated, gritting her teeth and thinking, TCH, he even dares to threaten me. I despise people who abuse their power. I need to think of a way to escape. The short Yuhang followed with a mocking face, scared, right? Suddenly she spotted a familiar figure sneaking away. Ran immediately shouted, you, stop right there. Chu Xing jumped, holding the bushes tightly and turning around. The short guy was confused about what was happening. Ran quickly approached Chu Xing and gently said, you better explain clearly why you are here. Chu Xing stammered in response, I told you I got lost, do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Ran lightly patted Chu Xing on the shoulder and whispered, I will deal with the fact that you ran away later. For now, be honest and cooperate with me. What is your name? Chu, no, my name is Qin Shou. Zhang Yuhang, seeing Ran being close with that guy, immediately asked, Ran, what's going on? Who is he? Ran turned around and brightly introduced, I'm sorry, but we've already decided on forming a team. She grabbed Chu Xing's hand, pressed her chest against him, and cheerfully continued, this is my partner Dao, junior brother Qin Shou. Chu Xing, feeling both scared and delighted, stammered, ha. Upon hearing this, Yuhang was shocked and exclaimed, what did you just say? Not letting him continue, Ran quickly pulled Chu Xing away. Let's go, goodbye, I'll see you later. He clenched his teeth, trembling with anger, and scowled, immediately ordering the servants behind him. Investigate the background of this person named Qin Shou clearly for me. Yes. Yuhang's face was filled with veins as he gritted his teeth in anger and said, to dare steal the woman of this young master, no matter what, you are sure to die. Chu Xing was finally forced to stamp his fingerprint. He licked his hand, sweating, and said, don't you have any red ink here? Do I really have to use blood to print my fingerprint? Ran snatched the paper back and calmly said, usually, just a signature is enough, but who told you to break your promise? I have no choice but to use this blood fingerprint method as evidence. Chu Xing exclaimed in shock. Using blood as evidence? Sounds just like the style of the demon sect, huh? You guessed right. Ran said, this is the blood oath of the heart devil that our leader brought back from the demon sect. Anyone who violates the oath will have their heart channel reversed and die on the spot. Now I'm not afraid of you escaping anymore. Hearing this, he was stunned, his mouth agape, what? Immediately, Ran took the paper and left, not forgetting to remind him, I've already paid the registration fee for you, make sure to return the full amount later. Chu Xing, holding his head on this side, had a face like a monkey's butt, sweating, and thought, oh no, there's no way to escape now. Not to mention that Qi Xiao will definitely discover it at that time. A person like me in the Golden Elixir realm will surely die in this life and death arena. Wait, Golden Elixir realm? ZZZ, how does the Golden Elixir realm you gave me compare to the disciples of the Celestial Alliance? The system groggily woke up and answered, of course it can't be compared. Why is the master asking that? Is something wrong? Seeing the system's despicable face, Chu Sheng could only smile awkwardly. Ha ha ha. He thought to himself, according to the web novels I've read, most disciples in sects are at the refined Qi realm and Foundation establishment realm. Even if the Celestial Alliance is a top power, should be stronger than an average disciple in the Golden Elixir realm. No, Zhang Yuhang is a scion of a noble family, he definitely has a magic weapon for killing those above his level. Even if others don't care, I have to find a way to guard against him. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xing turned back to ask the system, "Hey, do you have any powerful armor? Give it to me. Or just give me some money to buy it myself." The system quickly replied, "Okay, my all-powerful immortal cultivating system will immediately meet the needs of the master." The system panel displayed a notification. "Congratulations master, you have unlocked the mission system. Mission 1, defeat the old ancestor of the Zhang family. Mission 2, lift the skirt of any female cultivator." Note, both missions above are optional. After reading the mission list, Chu Xing frowned. Damn it. Isn't the first mission a death wish? Are you kidding me? Why would anyone do that? Then, Chu Xing placed his hands on his chest and declared loudly, "As for mission 2, am I the kind of person who likes to do improper things?" "No way." The system, quite cheeky, raised a finger and said, "Reward for completing the mission, 100 spirit stones." Less than 3 minutes later, Chu Xing was slapped in the face, both literally and figuratively. He calmly extended his hand and asked, "I've lifted it, where's my money?" The system looked at him in speechless disbelief. Later, at a weapon shop. The shopkeeper warmly invited, "Please take a look. The quality like this can only be found in our store. You won't find another like it." Chu Xing admired the dazzling shield while commenting, "It doesn't look bad, but can it really withstand an attack from the celestial realm? Rest assured. In our shop, if we discover any counterfeits, we will compensate you tenfold. If we say it can withstand, it can." Chu Xing gently grasped the shield, and suddenly it broke apart like a piece of cookie. He looked at the shattered piece, confused, and said, "Huh. I didn't even use force and it broke by itself. Are you sure there are no issues with the quality?" The shopkeeper turned pale upon seeing this, at a loss for words. He quickly snatched the shield back, sweating, and explained, "This might be due to a slight mistake by our blacksmith during the forging." Then, he awkwardly smiled and presented a new sword, introducing, "Mistakes are common, I hope you can understand. Would you like to take a look at this spirit sword?" Chu Xing picked up the sword but was not very interested. "What I need is armor, why are you giving me this sword?" The shopkeeper then smiled proudly and said, "Haha, esteemed customer, do not underestimate this dry spirit sword. It can not only automatically protect its owner when fighting but can also withstand the full force attack of an expert celestial tier 3. But Chu Xing gently flicked his fingers like flicking an ant. One flick shattered the sword in half, the blade thrusting forcefully down onto the table. Suddenly, both fell silent, staring at the fragments. The shopkeeper turned pale and yelled, "Impossible. How can this be?" Chu Xing, furious, pointed and shouted, "Your shop cannot be so careless even if you want to cut a customer." The shopkeeper could only helplessly wipe his sweat and laugh it off. "Ha ha ha, please do not worry, customer. If there are still issues with these later, you may take anything from this shop at will. Here, look at this. And this one too, and even this." At this moment, a mysterious shadow appeared behind the curtain, frowning and observing quietly. Inside Zhang Yuhang's room, he was reading some kind of notice. Annoyed, he threw the notice at his subordinate's face and yelled, "Useless, you can't even find out a bit of identity. What does this young master need you for?" The subordinate hastily knelt down, pleading, Zhang young master, please calm down." Within the inner and outer courtyard of the Celestial Alliance, the old servant had thoroughly investigated, and there was nobody named Qin Shou. Zhang Yuhang, furious, said, "If he can't be found within the Celestial Alliance, then go outside and look for him. Is your brain just for show?" Suddenly, another person rushed in to report, "Young master, it's not good. Someone is vandalizing the shop." Zhang Yuhang suspiciously asked, "Vandalizing the shop? With so many good weapons and armor in there, why don't you take them for self-defense? Are you afraid of getting vandalized? The person panicked, turned pale, and stammered, but he has already destroyed all the weapons and armor in our shop. Chu Xing outside was carelessly breaking those weapons in half. Zhang Yuhang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. What did you say? Damn it. The young master will find out who this blind fool is that dares to disrupt our business. The servant hurriedly intervened. Young master, don't be angry. That person might be an expert. If you show yourself, it could end in disaster. With veins bulging in anger, Zhang Yuhang pointed directly at that person and shouted, so what if they're an expert? Is the young master supposed to wait for a coward like you to take action? Suddenly, a mysterious and majestic voice spoke from behind him. This kid isn't wrong. He can easily destroy the magic weapon I created, so you really can't fight him. The servant, hearing this, angrily pointed at the old man and shouted, who dares to speak rudely to our young master? Zhang Yuhang kicked him and angrily said, you fool, kneel down. Then, turning to bow respectfully, Junior Zhang Yuhang salutes the elder. At the weapon shop, Chu Xing's loud shout echoed outside, you guys have gone too far. You brought a bunch of fake goods to deceive me, and now you won't even admit your words. You said 10 times compensation, where is it? The shopkeeper, with tears and snot all over his face, cried and pleaded, the items in the shop have all been smashed by you, there's truly nothing left to compensate you. Chu Xing pointed at the shiny golden box, frowning and saying, you're talking nonsense, there's nothing left. Then what's in that box? The man was startled, panicking, and stammered, that's the shop's protective treasure, not for sale. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing curiously grabbed it, let me see. The shopkeeper was terrified, sweating, and said, sir, please, no. Chu Xing eagerly opened the chest in his hand. Not for sale, which means it's a good item, right? The shopkeeper helplessly knelt on the ground, trying to block him. Sir, please take it easy. Chu Xing was startled when he looked into the chest. Wait, what is this strange thing? It was a mask with a bizarre shape. He picked it up, turned it around, and said in frustration, isn't this the junk equipment I threw away? How could it become a treasure in a store? Suddenly, Zhang Yuhang's group stormed in. He shouted angrily, catch that guy for me. Before Chu Xing understood what was happening, 2 shadowy figures rushed in, tightly grabbing his arms and escorting him away. Chu Xing was terrified, sweating, and yelled, what do you want to do? Zhang Yuhang said with disdain, ha, it's you. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. The shopkeeper joyfully exclaimed, young master, and Chu Xing, surprised, said, it's you. He then broke into a sinister smile, his face contorting as he licked the edge of a knife, threatening, today I'm going to ruin you. See if you still dare to compete with me for women. By that time, you can only stand by and watch me in Ran, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chu Xing panicked, sweating as he said, damn it, what are you planning to do? Zhang Yuhang gradually approached, smugly stating, don't worry, once I'm done, I'll return you a souvenir. This statement caused Chu Xing to turn pale, shouting, damn it, you annoying pervert, stay away from me. After that, he kicked Zhang Yuhang right in the chin, sending him flying and sticking straight to the ceiling. The 2 followers hurriedly reached out to catch him, young master, are you alright? Chu Xing was surprised, thinking to himself, damn, I didn't use any force. Is this some kind of new collision? The crowd outside the street was also buzzing, as a loud noise erupted from Duanbao Pavilion. Huh? What's happening? An Ran, who was browsing for swords, turned to look. Taking advantage of the opening, Chu Xing immediately turned to flee, never mind, in the 36 stratagems, running away is the best policy. Suddenly, a voice with tremendous authority rang out, stop. You broke my shop and hurt Heng Air, where do you think you're going? Hearing this left him frozen for a few seconds. Chu Xing glanced back and thought to himself, the momentum is truly terrifying, who is this person? 2 subordinates knelt down, supporting their hands respectfully and called out, elder. Chu Xing recalled the gossip from the street earlier, it was Zhang Yuhang again, relying on his wealthy family to act recklessly, and now he even dared to set his sights on the grand senior sister. Who could blame him for having a father who is a major sect master? Not someone to provoke. He turned pale, sweating. Wait a minute, he is an elder of the Zhang family. If Zhang Yuhang's father is a major sect master, then his elder must be a celestial immortal. The elder of the Zhang family began to gather strength into the palm of his hand, preparing to unleash a fiery palm strike towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng panicked, jolted, and thought, wait a minute, let's talk this over. But he felt powerless, standing there trembling and shouting. A loud explosion rang out, blowing the entire store apart. From the swirling smoke, Chu Sheng emerged, looking at the mask and sighing with relief. Why does it not hurt at all? Could it be because of this mask? Is its defense that high? The elder of the Zhang family calmly said, to be able to withstand one strike from me without being harmed, did you use a magic weapon to block my palm strike? The old man instantly doubled his power, his terrifying aura radiating from him, and he growled, today, I must see how many moves you can withstand. Block the attack. After that, he swiftly charged towards Chu Sheng, who helplessly raised his hands to defend, shouting, did you hear what people said? Suddenly, Anran appeared just in time, using the treasured sword she had just bought to block the old man's attack. She coldly said, the internal regulations of the Celestial Alliance prohibit private battles. Chu Sheng hastily clung to her leg, weeping, you have to protect me. If I die, no one will be able to repay your debt. Anran blushed and angrily retorted, if you keep clinging like this, I will double the interest rate. Elder Zhang's family retracted their spiritual energy and stood by to watch. Anran lifted Chu Sheng by the collar, gritting her teeth and asking, what exactly happened? How did you get involved with the elder Zhang family? Chu Sheng looked grim and quickly explained, it's because they sell all fake goods. They clearly stated a tenfold compensation but refused to accept it. In total, they owe me at least several million spirit stones, and then they wanted to kill me. Hearing the mention of money, Anran suddenly seemed a bit moved, several million spirit stones. Then she abruptly turned 180 degrees, saying, dear senior, if he is telling the truth. According to your regulations, I advise you to promptly return the compensation of spirit stones to me, no, to this junior disciple Qin Shou. This left both of them speechless. Elder Zhang family at this moment also spoke up, do you really want to oppose my Zhang family? Don't forget who supports the Celestial Alliance. Anran coldly replied, what if I offend the Zhang family for a few 100,000 spirit stones? I would not hesitate to use the power of the heavenly command. She thought to herself, I do not want to destroy the relationship between the two sides, I just hope the Zhang family abides by their own rules. Chu Sheng stared in shock and said, Grand Senior Sister, your words are contradictory to your heart. He ground his teeth and turned away, this Grand Senior Sister is also not trustworthy, is there no other way? Young Master Zhang family had fallen, and there was paper and pen beside him. After thinking this, Chu Sheng smiled triumphantly. On this side, Anran and Elder Zhang family were preparing to fight, both silently thinking, the techniques of Elder Zhang family are truly vicious, we cannot act carelessly. She can withstand my burning claws, I cannot underestimate her. Suddenly, the call of Chu Sheng startled both of them, hey old man, look over here. The debt note that we asked your young master to write is done. Remember to prepare a full 300,000 spirit stones next time. The note has the fingerprints of both Zhang Yuhang and Chu Sheng on it. He was shocked, what? Before he could regain his composure, Chu Sheng and Anran had already run away. Goodbye, Anran reminded, I risked my life to help you, remember to split the spirit stones 70-30 when you get them. Chu Sheng turned his head and asked, you want 3 parts, and I get 7? The two subordinates hurriedly asked, Elder, should we just let them go? Elder of the Zhang family calmly replied, first, take Hang Er back to the manor for treatment. Not everyone can keep their life with Zhang family's belongings. Just let this kid become a vessel for the revival of our ancestors. A pair of long, fair legs submerged in a heavenly bathtub. Anran was enjoying herself after some time outside. She gently said, Xiao Shou Zi, Qin Shou, help me get the soap. Chu Sheng waited outside, respectfully replied, yes, Grand Senior Sister. However, he frowned, holding the soap, sweating, panicked, pointed at the handcuffs, and shouted, why am I handcuffed to you? And Ran turned away, frowned, and said, "Don't shout like that. Also, you quickly turn around for me. Right now you are not you, but 3 million spirit stones. I do this to ensure your safety." Chu Sheng was annoyed and sneered, saying quietly, "Pfft, after all, you just covet my spirit stones, you coward." In her heart, Han Ran felt uneasy and thought, with these 3 million spirit stones, I can temporarily stabilize the situation of the Celestial Alliance. I just hope the master can quickly exit. After thinking, An Ran immediately pulled the handcuff and warned, "So, in front of elder sister, you cannot leave my sight." This caused Chu Sheng to lose his balance and almost fall. He quickly ran away and said, got it. A scene of being torn apart by Qi Shao flashed in his mind, making him sweat, and he thought, indeed, with my cultivation at the Golden Elixir stage, it is still somewhat difficult to escape the Celestial Alliance. Moreover, if I run away so obviously and get caught by Qi Shao, I will definitely die a miserable death. Right. Chu Sheng suddenly remembered the mask he retrieved from that weapon shop. He looked at it, joyfully exclaimed, "This mask is just a piece of junk I used while pioneering, but it has the function of shielding spiritual energy. However, why does it have the ability to block the attacks of the Earth Immortal? Has the Zhang family really upgraded this trash to its maximum?" An Ran was scrubbing her back and ordered, "Xiao Shou Zi, add some hot water for me." Chu Sheng wondered and called the system, "Do you have a scanning function?" While adding hot water, he asked, "Check if this mask is different from when I used it before." The system replied nonchalantly, "Sorry host, the system hasn't unlocked the scanning function yet." Chu Sheng frowned and threatened, "You're a system, how can you not have anything? What do I need you for?" The system wasn't backing down either and replied, "Isn't it because you have exceeded the limits, carrying too much burden, causing the system to lose data? Then I'm sorry, can you let me go back to the past so you can recover? Is the host a quitter? Once you accept the crossover gift, you must take responsibility." After a verbal sparring session, Chu Sheng sighed, leaned against the screen, and said dejectedly, "Take responsibility? In this world full of gods, demons, and monsters, what do you want a small golden elixir cultivator like me to do?" The system looked on in frustration. Then, he immediately comforted him, "Actually, your cultivation can be improved." "Huh?" Chu Sheng was taken aback. Hearing this, he rushed over, grabbed her sleeve, and groped her thigh, maliciously saying, "I know you must be hiding something else. Now help me cultivate." The system girl jolted, blushing and panicking, screamed, "You idiot, the way to improve cultivation isn't with me. And stop touching there." A resounding slap echoed all the way to Vietnam, and the system girl irritably turned away, saying, "The way to improve cultivation that I'm talking about is to retrieve the game data that you've lost." Chu Sheng had one side of his face swollen, obediently kneeling in one spot, blankly asking, "Oh, how do I find it?" The system then explained, "Your game data is currently scattered all across the mainland. This data will surely be found in the places where you used to play the game. In other words, to collect data and become powerful, you must conquer this real-life game once again." Chu Sheng seemed to understand and smugly said, "To put it simply, you want me to play this game again? That's easy, there's no game in this world that I, Chu Sheng, can't conquer." The small system joined in praising this self-love, saying, "Very well, but remember to gather some more spirit stones so I can repair the system." An Ran suddenly called out, "What are you mumbling about? Quickly add hot water for me." Chu Sheng jumped in surprise, turning pale as he replied, "All right, I'll add it right away." While adding water for the second time, Chu Sheng recalled something and turned back to ask, "Right, I had completed the old ancestor's face-hitting task before, where is the task reward?" The system immediately replied, "I said to hit the old ancestor's face, not the elder's face." What do you mean?" While still dazed and unable to load, suddenly the strange mask on Chu Sheng's face reacted strongly, emanating a frightening purple aura that surged straight into the sky, shocking both him and An Ran. Within that aura appeared a terrifying old demon's face. It grinned wickedly, saying, "After all these years, these kids have finally found a suitable host for me. Little demon, are you ready to offer up your body?" At the Zhang mansion, a loud shout echoed, I heard that there's a kid in the Celestial Alliance who injured Hang Air. That's right. Family Master. The old ancestor of the Zhang family trembled as he spoke loudly. Being invaded by outsiders, the Grand Elder returned without any concern. The Elder calmly said, "Family Master, calm down. I held back because that brat took the divine mask containing the soul of the old ancestor. Just in time, the old ancestor can take over him, which is beneficial for our Zhang family through the elder sister." Hearing this, the old ancestor of the Zhang family calmed down. "I see. It has indeed been a long time since my father acted in his physical form. Perhaps he wants to borrow that brat's body to go out and play, while taking this opportunity for Hang Air to realize the reality. Arrange for Zhuya to treat him." The elder asked in amazement, "Family Master Lord, do you really want to cooperate with that force?" The old ancestor turned around and said menacingly, "Qi Shao is still in seclusion, now is the best opportunity for us to act. I understand, I will arrange it immediately." With sharp eyes and a smile on his lips, he continued, "Next, we just need to wait for that person to successfully take over and then sit back and command. After all, that is my father, the first genius in the history of the Zhang family, Zhang Wugu." On this side, the old ghost Zhang Wugu smugly said, "Brats, I will now show you what true underhandedness is." And Ran hurriedly grabbed a towel, wrapped it around herself, took a defensive stance with her sword, and said loudly, "There's an expert, 3 million, no wait, Qin Shou, quickly hide behind me." Chu Sheng, feeling angry, replied, "I want to as well, hurry and unlock the handcuffs." Zhang Wugu unleashed black flames towards the two of them, threatening, "Don't think any of you can escape." A wave of black flames enveloped and ran. She felt uncomfortable, snorted coldly and said, "Humph," daring to directly attack the soul. Since Chu Sheng was still handcuffed, he staggered and screamed, "Big, grand senior sister, defeat him before you faint." Old Zhang Wugu flew over and struck Chu Sheng with another blow, then said, "And you, are you daring enough to challenge my black flames? You're not, are you? Then obediently let your soul be burnt away and become the vessel of Zhang Wugu." With no way to escape, Chu Sheng helplessly knelt down, covering his face with his hands, and shouted, "Ah, ah, ah." But fate was not yet over. He slowly opened his eyes and realized he was immune to the black flames. Chu Sheng looked in astonishment and thought, "How strange, why do I feel nothing at all? Could it be because I'm a crossover person and have no soul?" Zhang Wugu on this side, upon seeing that, felt smug. So quick and yet there's no movement at all, the soul is indeed too weak. Immediately, he dove into the divine consciousness of Chu Sheng and laughed out loud, "Ha, kid, this body now belongs to my old ancestor." Zhang Wugu walked tirelessly until his legs ached, looking around, wondering, "I can't believe this kid's divine consciousness space is empty, could he actually be an idiot?" Suddenly, a slender hand repeatedly slapped his face, catching him off guard. "Ha, this kid wants to lure me in here to assassinate me. Eat my old ancestor's dark flame soul." Zhang Wugu angrily summoned a dark flame soul to attack. The small system, frightened, frowned and shouted, "What is this?" and perfectly countered the attack, nullifying the technique. Old Zhang Wugu was astonished, wide-eyed and speechless. "Oh my dark flame soul." He suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, why is your soul female? Could it be that you are a demon lover?" "Demon lover your head." A loud shout, followed by a pair of legs kicking forcefully straight into his face, distorting it and causing blood to spray everywhere. Disregarded. Zhang Wugu stood up, emitting a strange aura that grew stronger by the moment, angrily saying, "Don't think having two souls in your body is impressive. My old ancestor could take on two of you and still make you all fly away." Chu Sheng struck a cold and handsome pose, coldly saying, "Oh. In my consciousness space, what chaos do you want to create now?" The little system behind him reminded, "To be more precise, this is my system space." Seeing an old acquaintance, he was even more shocked, his eyes wide, mouth agape, exclaiming, "Dao, Dao Ming Zi." The old man turned pale, recalling the epic battle from years ago. Wasn't Dao Ming Zi the one who caused chaos all over the world? I, Zhang Wugu, am just a grain of sand among countless people. I still remember the great battle 1,000 years ago. I could only watch from afar the terrifying figure of Dao Mingzi. How could his soul be in this brat's body? Could it also be a takeover? Chu Xing looked at his own figure, confusedly asking, "Hey, why have I returned to my original form?" The system smugly replied, "It's system space, it doesn't affect the outside world, so of course it can be customized." Saying that, "Can we change clothes for you at will?" The little system blushed deeply, quickly covering herself with her hands and shouted loudly, "Don't dream, changing clothes for me is very costly." Zhang Wugu hurriedly ran over, knelt down, bowed his head in panic and begged, "Old ancestor Zhang Wugu of the Zhang family doesn't know the vastness of heaven and earth, I beseech Lord Dao Mingzi to spare my life." Chu Sheng was a bit surprised, approached and asked again, "Humph, are you really the old ancestor of the Zhang family? Why are you in a mask?" The old man awkwardly smiled and replied, "My realm is too low, to keep my life, I sealed my soul in the mask after I died." Without saying much, Chu Sheng, with an impassive expression, struck him down with a powerful slap. After finishing the task, he turned to the little system and demanded his reward. "I have defeated the old ancestor of the Zhang family, hurry up and give me my reward." The little system coldly huffed, "Humph, consider yourself lucky." Zhang Wugu behind was confused, not understanding what was happening. "Hey!" The little system then took out a golden ball containing treasures and said, "This is the mission reward." Chu Xing recognized it and was delighted. "Wow, legendary golden ball." But within less than a minute, Chu Xing seemed to turn to stone. His face was filled with disappointment. What he received was a hanging iron tree along with a pair of pink skull-patterned underwear. "Congratulations, host. You have received the divine weapon, Eternal Soul Token." Chu Xing angrily threw the useless divine weapon to the ground and shouted, "You call this underwear the Eternal Soul Token? Do you believe I won't tear your soul token apart right now?" The small system replied arrogantly, "This is a serious divine weapon. Not knowing how to use it shows that you don't recognize its value." He picked up the pink skull underwear, frowned, and examined it closely, but the pattern on this underwear really feels familiar and powerful. "I can't just judge by appearances, let's see how it works first." Chu Xing waved it around a few times and suddenly unleashed an incredibly strong force. The system then displayed a message, "Using this item requires 100,000 spirit stones. The owner does not have enough spirit stones, please recharge." Hearing this, he became furious, threw the useless divine weapon for the second time, and shouted, 100,000 spirit stones. Why don't you just go steal them? The small system crossed its arms and grinned smugly, "There's no faster way to make money than scamming the host." "That's right." Chu Xing suddenly came up with a bold idea. "Like a demon exuding darkness," I asked in horror. "You Zhang family seem quite wealthy, don't you?" Old Zhang Wugu broke out in a cold sweat, confusedly responding, "Huh," as he returned to the real world. Chu Sheng, excited, ripped the handcuffs off of and ran and shouted, "Let's decide on this. Pretend to be taken over to trick the Zhang family out of their money." Zhang Wugu beside him chuckled awkwardly, flattering. "Our ancestor will use all the assets of the Zhang family to please Lord Dao Mingzi." The little system gave a thumbs up, praising. "Rarely does such a humble master have a good idea." At that moment, An Ran groggily opened her eyes. At the Zhang mansion, Zhang Yuheng anxiously asked, "Ancestor, why haven't you returned yet?" An elder also said uneasily, "Could it be that something unfortunate happened?" The old ancestor of the Zhang family shouted angrily, "Everyone be quiet. Do you doubt the power of my father?" The crowd below fell silent, intimidated by his commanding voice, not daring to speak a word. An elder furrowed his brow, fear in his heart. "Ancestor, please let nothing happen. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuheng whispered reproachfully, "What was the ancestor thinking choosing that rustic alongside and ran?" Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report. "Family Master Lord, there is a youth named Qin Shou requesting an audience." The old ancestor of the Zhang family was delighted and said, "Great, let him in. Your father is about to return. Everyone, prepare yourselves for the reception." The people below responded in unison, "Understood." Chu Xing entered and saw the solemn crowd welcoming him, which left him a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a bit too grand?" Chu Xing glanced back and asked quietly, "Did you have any code with them after taking over?" Zhang Wuge thought for a moment, then with a friendly and cheerful face said, "You just need to say, 'My dear children, I have returned.'" Chu Xing replied expressionlessly, "Oh. Is that so?" He coughed twice to clear his throat, ahem. Zhang Wuge behind him wore a sinister smile, feeling triumphant as he thought, "You little brat, even though your soul is Dao Ming Zi, your body doesn't seem very strong. When you say that to the people of the Zhang family, they'll surely tear you apart." Moments later, Chu Xing put his hands on his hips, laughed out loud, and announced, "Ha ha ha, little ones, your old ancestor has returned." The old ancestor of the Zhang family frowned, this way of speaking. Then he knelt down, joyfully exclaiming, "Father, you have returned. I bring the descendants of the Zhang family to welcome you back to life, to welcome our old ancestor back to life." Chu Xing raised his hand and said, "Yes, everyone stand up." Then he turned to Zhang Wuge, glaring at the old man in anger, thinking to himself, "This old ghost really deceived me, I will make you pay later." The old ancestor of the Zhang family approached and respectfully said, "This time, with the guidance of our father, our Zhang family will definitely achieve first place in the secret realm of the abandoned bones and obtain the Sex Treasure Vault key." Chu Xing confidently replied, "Yes, yes, of course." But then, seemingly realizing something, he suddenly said, "Wait, the secret realm of the abandoned bones? Isn't that Yi Ling's territory?" In the secret realm of the abandoned bones, a girl was sitting high upon the piles of skulls. She sensed something and said, "This aura. Has it appeared again?" This beautiful girl was Yi Ling, the reincarnation of the underworld queen. At this moment, within the Zhang family, the family master and elders were cheerfully serving afternoon tea. Chu Xing sat in the host's chair with a pale face, feeling a bit uneasy. "I didn't expect that this great competition would be held in Yi Ling's territory. Fortunately, I have this mask to conceal my aura, but I can't stake my life on such a low-level equipment. Just in time, the Zhang family will be my target. I'll start with you." Chu Xing's face twisted into a demonic grin as he looked at the Zhang family members, laughing eerily, which made them all jump in fear. Clearing his throat, Chu Xing said, "Cough, I just took over this brat, and I need to recover a bit. We will discuss the matters in the secret realm later." The family master of the Zhang family anxiously responded, "But the grand competition is about to start, and whether we succeed or fail will determine the fate of the entire Zhang family." Zhang Yuhang sensed something was off and thought to himself, "Why does the ancestor look so strange?" Chu Xing, angered, stiffened his neck and spat out, "Don't you understand my intent? My ancestor wants to recover, and I need a lot of spirit stones. Little guy, hurry up and prepare them for me." The family master of the Zhang family was startled and quickly nodded in agreement. Oh, my son will go do that right away." He wiped the saliva off his face and immediately turned to command, "Grand Elder, go bring all the usable assets of the Zhang family here." The Grand Elder clasped his hands and said, "Yes." Zhang Yuhang spoke up to stop them, "Wait a minute, Family Master Lord, Grand Elder, you have been deceived." This statement made both of them halt, bewildered. "Huh?" Zhang Yuhang continued, pointing at Chu Xing, "There is only one truth. He just entered and tried to act like the old ancestor. I guess he has definitely controlled the old ancestor and is intentionally mimicking him. In the past, the old ancestor never demanded the Zhang family's assets. Don't you find that suspicious?" Both felt it was somewhat strange, suddenly a bit hesitant. Zhang Wuge was moved, trembling throughout his divine soul, thinking to himself, "The Zhang family still has some smart people." Chu Xing frowned, gritting his teeth anxiously, thinking, "Damn it, this brat is so sharp. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to strike first." He tensed his facial muscles, took a deep breath for strength, kicked forcefully and yelled, "Damn it, how dare you doubt my old ancestor? I'll make you fly into the sky now." Zhang Wuge exclaimed in horror, "Oh, my clever nephew." Zhang Yuhang took the full force of the kick, causing his nose to bleed and foam at the mouth, being thrown back 8 meters. "Another one?" the elder asked worriedly upon seeing this. "Old ancestor, was that too harsh this time?" The master of the Zhang family bowed his head, stroking his beard as he recalled the past. "You wouldn't understand, when I was young, this was how my father expressed his love." He couldn't help but tremble with emotions, sobbing. The elder behind him was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, expressing love is really quite abstract. The master of the Zhang family stepped forward, feeling grateful. Father must have known that Heng Er didn't want to marry into the Huang family, so he intentionally knocked him out. Chu Xing didn't understand what was happening, but nodded along and said, yes, you're right. In his heart, he secretly thanked, this old man really knows how to embellish the script for me. Then, he turned and pointed at Yu Hang, angrily shouting, right now, take the young master to dual cultivate with the lady of the Huang family to heal his injuries. Yes. 2 members of the Zhang family hurriedly helped Yu Hang out. Chu Xing looked on, thinking to himself, now that I think about it, my golden elixir stage strength isn't bad, too bad there are too many people here. There is no opportunity to test one's strength directly. Moments later, the family master of the Zhang family approached and shyly said, Father, I have called for the resources of the Zhang family to be brought here. Chu Xing sat back in his chair and coldly replied, A flash of light caught his eye, making him frown in discomfort. Chu Xing slightly opened his eyes, but a moment later, they widened in surprise, sparkling with brilliance. A massive fortune of spirit stones piled high like a mountain radiated the aura of a tycoon. The family master of the Zhang family lowered his head and humbly said, Apologies, father, but these are the only resources left at home that can be used right now. Chu Xing held several large spirit stones in his hands, trembling with excitement as he examined them, stammering, It's fine. If it's not enough, I will ask you for more. Looking at the sparkling spirit stones, he thought to himself with satisfaction, I never expected this Cultivating Immortals family to be so wealthy. I didn't feel it while playing the game. With so many spirit stones, can't I use the ancient spirit summoning again? Should I casually choose someone from the Zhang family to participate in the ancient spirit summoning and see how strong my golden elixir stage really is? After thinking, Chu Xing's face transformed into that of a fierce demon, holding the pink skull-patterned underwear, and laughed sinisterly, caw 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 caw. The family master of the Zhang family and the elder were startled, feeling a chill. Why is father suddenly laughing so sinisterly? Where did the old ancestor get this underwear? Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door, accompanied by a cloud of dust that startled everyone. Anran boldly burst in, raised the token, and proclaimed loudly, Heavenly command is here, return the 3 million, no, give me Qin junior brother. Stop. Upon seeing Anran, Chu Xing was terrified inside, shouting, Why have you come at this time? Seeing someone brazenly intruding into his home, the family master of the Zhang family was furious, his aura radiating strongly and eerily, gritting his teeth and saying, This little girl is really arrogant. Do you think this heavenly command that tricked the guards can deceive me? Anran still held the token in her hand, calmly reasoning, Don't deny it. Do you Zhang family intend to oppose the Celestial Alliance? He smiled triumphantly, Oppose? That is impossible, but don't forget that at this moment, the Qi leader is in seclusion. Before she exits, if a disciple suddenly goes missing, there will be no way to handle it. Anran sniffed coldly, picked up the treasured sword, and said, let's see if you can kill me before I can report to the master. Suddenly, Chu Xing came over, raised his hand to stop her, That's enough, everyone stop for me. He turned to the family master of the Zhang family, shot him a cold glance, and said, Don't forget, I want to compete with this little girl, if you kill her now, how can our Zhang family's plan be completed? This made the old man break out in a cold sweat, and he apologized, I'm sorry, father, it was my son's rash actions. After dealing with one side, Chu Xing turned to Anran angrily, gritted his teeth, his fists trembling, thinking to himself, Damn it, to save you, I risked my life, I will never repay this debt. Suddenly, Anran jumped up, pointed her sword at Chu Xing, and questioned, Why did he call you father? Have you been taken over by that monster? Hearing these self-destructive words, Chu Xing's face darkened, and he was rendered speechless. In his heart, he panicked, thinking, Why is this senior sister putting herself in danger like this? If it gets out, we will all die. The family master of the Zhang family quietly approached and whispered to Chu Xing, This little girl has discovered your identity as a father, can she still cooperate to complete the Zhang family's grand plan? Chu Xing was sweating profusely, his face pale, and replied, I have my own way. He decided to test his luck, thinking, then let's bet on our synergy. Chu Xing walked up to the Spirit Stones mountain and shouted loudly, "Little girl, if you want to live, obediently become my cauldron puppet." At that time, high-quality spirit swords, no matter how many you want, my old ancestor can give you as many as you desire. Upon hearing those 4 words, which were a secret between her and Chu Sheng, Anran was surprised and thought to herself, how does he know about the high-quality spirit sword? Could it be? Chu Sheng immediately flew over, pressed something on Anran's forehead, and said, "Take my black flame soul." The Zhang family members were astonished by this scene, looking at each other in confusion. What kind of move is this, old ancestor? I don't know either, only my father knows spells related to souls. At this moment, Chu Xing gestured and whispered to Anran, "Cooperate a bit." Anran looked at him in surprise, then her gaze shifted to the sparkling Spirit Stones mountain, and she realized, it was indeed you, so that's how it is. Qin Shou pretended to be taken over to deceive money from the Zhang family. Could it be that he is a genius? Seeing Anran standing there in a daze, deep in thought and refusing to cooperate, Chu Xing urged, "Quick, lie down." Immediately, Anran switched into Hollywood actor mode, holding her head and screaming wildly, I didn't expect it to be an attack on my soul, I'm about to be controlled and turned into a puppet." In front of this classic performance by both, the Zhang family audience erupted in applause, praising, "Deservedly so, the ancestor, right from the start has defeated the #1 genius of the Celestial Alliance. Congratulations to the father for acquiring the powerful puppet cauldron." Chu Xing humbly replied, "Just a small tactic." Anran, sitting below, cheerfully whispered, "I'm not bad at cooperating, right? Remember to share your portion with me later." Chu Xing, irritated, frowned and thought, can your acting get any more ostentatious? He turned to the side and declared loudly, "Kids of the Zhang family, listen to your ancestor. The ancestor orders, we set off for the Ancient Bone Secret Realm in 5 days. The Ancient Bone Secret Realm has always been spoken of as a paradise, a place of flourishing life, full of vitality, but 1,000 years ago, Dao Mingzi chose this place to cultivate a demon treasure, from which it continuously slaughtered living beings. The massacre lasted for 1,000 days, turning this land into a realm of death, filled with corpses and wailing spirits. The secret realm of Hong Kong has now become a desolate place, with monstrous creatures and vengeful spirits roaming everywhere. The Zhang family's spaceship was gliding smoothly, gradually approaching the secret realm of Hong Kong. From inside the spaceship, a powerful and resonant voice rang out, "The target of this grand competition is within the secret realm. We must retrieve what the Celestial Alliance has lost, especially the Zhengyi Sword God." The old family master of the Zhang family stood before the conference table, declaring loudly. Below, Chu Xing lounged back in his chair, one hand resting on his chin and the other picking his nose, casually listening while distractedly thinking about the games he had played. He silently pouted and said, "Sounds so terrible, isn't this the place where I got stuck in a bug while fighting monsters?" Chu Xing flicked what he had just picked out toward the old family master, expressing disdain, and mockingly asked, "Honestly, what good is the Zhengyi Sword God? Why make such a big deal out of it?" The old family master, without hesitation, smiled brightly and explained, "Father, the length of time one wears a mask often goes unnoticed. The true Sword God is the key to opening the treasure of the Celestial Alliance." He continued looking at Chu Sheng with a smug expression, adding, "Originally, the true Sword God was the sword of Qi Xiao, but she lost it in a battle against Dao Mingzi. This means that although Qi Xiao is the leader, she no longer has the resources to cultivate her own disciples." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing felt a bit annoyed and wondered, what does this have to do with me? Meanwhile, Anran, sitting next to him, darkened her expression but remained silent. The old family master of the Zhang family continued, 100 years ago, a disciple discovered the true Sword God in the desolate secret realm. 10 years from now, the Celestial Alliance will send disciples into the secret realm for trials, specifically to recover that sword. His voice grew increasingly enthusiastic. But this time, with the old ancestor's intervention, our Zhang family will definitely be able to seize the Sword God. With the resources and treasures that the Celestial Alliance has accumulated over the millennia, we will have the qualifications to come into contact with even more powerful forces. Chu Xing silently glanced at Anran. The girl's face turned dark with anger. Anran gritted her teeth, filled with fury, and said, "The Zhang family deserves to die. Today, even if I have to blow myself up, I will stop you." Seeing the evil energy on Anran's face, Chu Xing turned away, covering his mouth, and gently reminded her in a low voice, "Calm down a bit, do you really want to take action? Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" At that moment, the Zhang family's spaceship landed in the dark and desolate secret realm. Chu Xing quickly pulled and ran, running towards the door, not forgetting to turn back and say, "I know the plan of the old ancestor, now I'm going to check the situation in the secret realm." The old family master watched the two figures disappear, feeling a bit unsettled but still responded, "All right, my lord father." The grand elder of the Zhang family, standing beside him, frowned with suspicion, his eyes flashing with caution. The old ancestor's behavior lately has really been unusual. The old family master showed no doubt, simply stroking his beard, chuckling with joy. "It's not easy to have a body to enjoy myself, it's only natural for a father to be happy." He turned back, a hint of cunning in his smile, and continued speaking. "Speaking of which, the Hang Air side must have succeeded by now, right?" At the same time, at the end of the Zhang family's spaceship corridor, a series of strange sounds echoed everywhere. Two guards standing in front of the room heard these sounds and their faces turned red, embarrassed to the point of sweating profusely. The brown-haired guard turned to his companion and nervously asked in a low voice, "How many days have the young master and the demoness been in there?" The black-haired guard frowned and questioned, "Does dual cultivation like this have no side effects?" Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, shaking the entire spaceship, as the wall of the room was shattered. A hand reached out from inside the room, gripping tightly onto the black-haired guard's head. The brown-haired guard next to him was so terrified by the horrific scene that he screamed loudly. The black-haired guard, unable to react in time, was thrown violently to the side by that hand, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole. In the swirling dust, a gigantic face with pitch-black eyes slowly emerged, accompanied by the imposing, solid figures of a man and a woman. A haunting laughter echoed, chilling anyone who heard it. "This time I will let you know who you are dealing with, Qin Shou." The brown-haired soldier witnessed the entire incident, horrified to the point of being rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open. Outside the spaceship, Chu Xing pulled and ran out, but as soon as he escaped, he started to vomit uncontrollably. Anran, seeing that scene, could not hide her disgust and shouted, "Could you not vomit at such an important moment?" Chu Xing, sweat pouring down his forehead, wiped his mouth while mumbling, "Ever since the crossover, I've become sensitive to all forms of transportation." Anran, irritated, said, "Stop talking nonsense. The Zhang family has a conspiracy to rebel." She recalled her master's instructions before seclusion, her face tightening in worry. "Master specifically told me to take good care of the sect before seclusion, and yet it's turned out this way. No, I need to report this to the master immediately." But Chu Xing quickly stopped her, gripping Anran's hand tightly and said loudly, "Stop. The sect leader is in seclusion, even if you go now, you might not meet him." Inside, Chu Xing's anxiety began to swell. He thought to himself, if Qi Xiao finds out, I'm definitely going to die sooner than the Zhang family. After stopping Anran, Chu Xing gently and softly asked, "There truly is no one else besides you whom the master can trust? Is there not even an elder to help you?" Anran stammered, confused. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to reveal the truth to Chu Xing. The Celestial Alliance was originally established to eliminate the great demon leader Dao Mingzi. Any clan or faction that wants to destroy Dao Mingzi can join. Although it is chaotic inside, thanks to the master's strength, this organization quickly became the #1 righteous faction. Hearing this, Chu Xing couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking, how deep must Qi Zhao's resentment be that even the founding of the sect has been altered like this? Anran was thoughtful, speaking unhappily. Therefore, after the master went into seclusion, I couldn't manage the elders inside the sect. I sense that they have been scheming for a long time, just waiting for the right moment to erupt. She raised her slender hands and sighed. If I could have found the true sword god earlier, perhaps everything would have been different. Chu Xing unexpectedly grabbed Anran's shoulders, his face filled with cheerful energy, encouraging her. Don't worry, in this world, the most important thing is not just power. Hearing that, Anran's worries eased. She felt moved and gently called out, Qin Shou. Chu Xing confidently laid out a plan, to use strategies based on the characteristics of the enemy, as that was the most accurate way to fight. He clenched his fist and smiled confidently, saying, I used this tactic to win this ridiculous game. Seeing Chu Xing's confident demeanor, Anran's eyes lit up with hope as she asked, have you figured out how to deal with the Zhang family? Chu Xing turned around, his smile still bright, but his tone was grave, not yet. Anran was taken aback, frowning in displeasure and complaining, then why are you pretending? Chu Xing pulled out the Eternal Soul token and calmly said, but I have a way to help you obtain the true sword god. Anran's eyes widened as she looked at the token in Chu Xing's hand, her face involuntarily turning red. She quickly turned her face away, crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said, because you are always reliable, I will trust you one more time. Hearing that, Chu Xing secretly felt pleased, foolish woman. As soon as I open the Celestial Alliance's treasure vault for her, I will seize all the treasures inside. Both stood in front of a fortress. From below, a few dark figures shot up into the air. One of them called out, Elder, where is the Celestial Alliance? The old family master of the Zhang family and the Grand Elder stood at the bow of the ship, standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back, a proud smile on his face. It's my turn to take action now. After saying this, he joined forces with the other elders, forming a circle of energy, creating a formation. A powerful surge of energy rushed straight toward the stone gate of the fortress. Thunderous noises echoed continuously. The gate slowly creaked open. The elder, standing at a distance with sharp eyes, shouted loudly, his deep voice resonating, the great door of the secret realm opens for just a moment, everyone quickly seize this opportunity and enter. The disciples scattered at once, like a swarm of bees bursting from a hive, hurriedly rushing inside. In the chaotic crowd, Chu Xing wasted no time, tightly grasping Anran's wrist, pulling her along while cheerfully reminding her, hold my hand tightly, absolutely don't get lost. Anran, innocent and blinking her eyes, replied, we are a team, even if it's random teleportation, we won't get lost, right? Chu Xing turned his head back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he replied in a cryptic tone, generally speaking, that is true, but how could I, the young master, be normal? After hearing this, Anran was completely confused. Her mind felt tangled. Meanwhile, Chu Xing's voice rang out clearly among the crowd, step forward 50 steps, turn left 38 steps, and finally jump one big step forward. Anran was pulled along, swinging from side to side, unable to hold back any longer. She shouted, what do you want to do? Just as Chu Xing's feet touched the ground, a dark hole suddenly appeared beneath them. Both of them unexpectedly fell straight down. Anran's shriek echoed into the void. Soon after, they landed in a completely unfamiliar space, the surroundings shrouded in a pale green hue, the cold air carrying the breath of death aura. Behind them was a gloomy, haunted house, creating a terrifying scene. Anran clung tightly to Chu Xing's arm, her eyes wide in horror as she trembled and asked, where is this? Chu Xing remained calm, smiling as he replied, right here. In a dark corner of the secret realm, 2 female disciples of the noble clans were attacked by a monster as soon as they entered. They cried out in panic, help, help us. Someone save us. Damn it, we just arrived and are already headed to meet our ancestors. One of the 2 male disciples nearby, hearing their cries for help, looked down on them. It's just a corpse spirit daring to attack disciples of the Celestial Alliance. Immediately, he swung his sword and easily severed the corpse spirit. From the monster's body, a demon spirit stone fell out. He coldly said, the monsters here truly deserve to be eliminated. This person is Yu Xiu Sheng, an inner sect disciple of the Celestial Alliance, at the 2nd celestial level. The person next to him is Zheng Jingren, another inner sect disciple of the Celestial Alliance, at the 3rd celestial level. The 2 rescued female disciples fluttered. No wonder they are direct disciples, they are both strong and form a perfect pair. They will definitely excel in this grand competition. At the observation area, the elders were watching the point ranking board of the Celestial Alliance competition. Yu Xiusheng and Zheng Jingren were in the lead with 65 points, Zhang Yuhang and Huang Zhuye were in second place with 57 points, and Li Tianhang along with Shen Yuqing ranked third with 48 points. An old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. Ha ha, you are indeed the descendant of Yu Ji. He was the elder of the Celestial Alliance, the family master of the Yu family, Yu Ji, at the Grandmaster realm. Zhang Liang smirked coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You family master, you are celebrating too early. Points are secondary, the one who finds the true sword god will be the real victor. Zheng Chang, the family master of the Zheng family, chimed in with a mocking tone, you speak too lightly. If the true sword god was so easy to find, he would have been found long ago. Zhang Liang sneered, his tone provocative, that's true. You family and Zheng family can only hide under Qi Zhao's banner, afraid to take on the token of the leader, which is understandable. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chang stood up angrily, intending to protest, but several other elders agreed and chimed in, the Celestial Alliance has been in chaos for too long, it's time to restore order. Another elder added, the number one righteous sect cannot remain leaderless forever. Yu Ji suddenly interjected, Zhang's thoughts are good, but do not forget that the Lord of the Alliance has already chosen a successor. Suddenly, the ranking changed abruptly. And Ran and Qin Shou rose to the top with 172 points, then quickly jumped to 224 points. This left all the elders astonished. Oh my, that little girl and Ran has over 200 points, and the score is still rising. Yu Ji lightly remarked, everyone knows An Ran is the direct disciple of the Lord. In another corner, Zhang Liang smiled proudly, thinking to himself, no wonder he is my father, he has quickly accumulated so many points. But I'm curious about what methods he used to achieve this. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the screams of Chu Sheng and An Ran echoed as they fell onto a bridge, with dust flying everywhere. Qin Shou felt the ground was soft, even though it hurt a bit. It turned out it was because he was on top of someone and holding them in just the right place, no wonder it felt soft. An Ran blushed deeply and shouted, Beast, let go of me right now. If not, I will cut off your 5 fingers immediately. Chu Xing broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, it's all a misunderstanding. An Ran angrily slapped him, causing smoke to come out, before continuing on her way. She muttered, why did we fall into this cursed place? Could this be the final level of the secret realm? Chu Xing smiled in response, exactly, this is the bug I've been searching for a long time. I have no interest in fighting small monsters anymore. He secretly calculated, as long as I follow this path, I will definitely retrieve my lost game data. At least I'll reach the nascent soul stage, even if I get killed, I'll have a chance to revive. Neen looked around, frowning, and said loudly, being able to reach the final level isn't bad, but this location seems too dangerous. Chu Xing chuckled to reassure her, don't worry, I'm familiar with this place. Suddenly, many dark shadows flew by at a terrifying speed. Chu Xing looked up and discovered a group of bright-eyed, sharp-toothed monsters above them. Seeing this, he not only felt no fear but was also excited. The speed at which the monsters appear is faster than I thought. Has the number of monsters here changed? An Ran asked in surprise, how can you be so calm? With so many monsters, even I can't handle them. Chu Xing took her hand and confidently said, trust me, there is no game in this world that I cannot overcome. Then he pulled her to run forward, laughing and provoking, brainless monsters, come and attack me. An Ran was astonished and shouted in fright, do you want us to die any slower? Behind them, the monsters were chasing quickly and were almost catching up. Chu Xing laughed, here they come, just in time. He then pulled out a pile of spirit stones and flicked them at the monsters. An Ran was surprised, you throw fairly accurately, but seeing the monsters still charging at us makes me panic. She grabbed Chu Xing, shook him, and yelled, this looks great, but it doesn't harm them at all, and what you just threw were spirit stones, right? Chu Xing smiled and replied, don't rush, let the spirit stones fly a little longer. Just as the monsters got closer, they suddenly fell down. An Ran was bewildered, what is going on, why did they all fall? What did you do? Chu Xing took out more spirit stones and continued to flick them at the monsters. He explained. These monsters are both foolish and naive, just a little coaxing and they will jump into the abyss themselves. And as long as we inflict some damage before they fall to their deaths, we can receive all the experience from them. With a sense of self-satisfaction, I think to myself, this secret realm is still the same, just like this, cultivation increases. Seeing how expertly Chu Xing navigates the situation, An Ran cannot help but be amazed. She wonders, how does he know everything about this place like the back of his hand? Is he really just an ordinary disciple in the sect? Lost in her thoughts, suddenly Chu Xing comes to an abrupt stop, catching An Ran off guard. Her two ample curves bump into his back. She shyly hugs her chest and exclaims, "Why did you stop so suddenly?" In front of them, two terrifying beast-like phantoms appear, blocking their way. Chu Xing thinks to himself, these two seem to be elite monsters, I can't coax them into jumping into the abyss. I can only defeat them to get past this point. If so, this is an opportunity to test my current strength. Chu Xing then revs up, feeling the urge to stretch his limbs. Seeing this, An Ran, alarmed, exclaims, "Do you really want to confront them head-on? I'm not even sure I can handle them." Suddenly, where did that enthusiasm from earlier go? Chu Xing was tearful, holding on to An Ran's arm, reminding her carefully, "An Ran, if I can't win, remember to pull me back here." An Ran was speechless and broke into a sweat upon hearing this. After a while, she angrily shouted, "If you lack confidence, then don't push yourself." Immediately afterward, Chu Xing gathered a tremendous amount of strength into his fist and charged forward, declaring, "Let me use you all to test my strongest move at the golden elixir stage." Elsewhere, the violent vibrations of the battle had disturbed Yi Ling's residence. She was startled to recognize this familiar aura and swiftly raced towards it, secretly saying, "Dao Ming Zi, you have indeed come here, let me capture your soul and slowly exact revenge for the crimes you committed in the past." At this moment, Chu Xing was channeling his energy, using the strongest attack of the golden elixir stage, testing its power with two beast-transformed figures resembling a bull-headed, horse-faced creature. The explosive force of the attack descended, shattering a section of the sky, with rocks flying everywhere and dust clouds rising. Seeing the latent power from just the cultivation of the golden elixir stage being this strong made Chu Xing a bit complacent, thinking that he was truly the unbeatable protagonist. But from behind, the figures of the two beast-like creatures with bull heads and horse faces loomed large, unharmed and without a scratch, causing Chu Xing to feel a bit shocked and pale. Huh, are they really unscathed? An Ran saw Chu Xing staring at them dumbfounded, so she quickly pulled him back, complaining, "You idiot, if you can't get hurt, then don't make such a fuss." After that, feeling hopeless that there was no way to escape, she decided to take a risk, using her water-based movement technique and dragging Chu Xing to run quickly. When they landed on the other side, they immediately started arguing. "Wait, this road isn't a shortcut through the checkpoint." "What shortcut? Just keep your life first and we'll figure it out later." The two beast-like creatures with bull heads and horse faces were left behind, bewildered, asking each other, "Who was that person just now? I've never seen such a strong attack." The bull head panicked and bellowed, "Fortunately, we don't have real bodies, otherwise, that punch would have turned us to ashes." The horse face hurriedly said, "Someone that strong entering the secret realm of the wild bones must have a purpose. We need to immediately report this to Lord Yama." The weak bull head sighed, "Help me out here. We left here together." Suddenly, Yi Ling coldly spoke from above, "There's no need, I understand everything now." The two beast transformations jumped in shock, exclaiming, "Lord Yen Jun." Yi Ling had been observing and realized that Chu Xing had actually infiltrated the Celestial Alliance to sneak in here. Though unaware of the purpose, Yi Ling was worried, believing that the master was doing this to play with Grand Senior Sister. Caught in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that the aura had vanished. She assumed the master had discovered her. Meanwhile, An Ran and Chu Xing were trying to find a way to escape. Noticing Chu Xing's strange behavior, she asked, "Why are you suddenly wearing that ugly mask?" Chu Xing explained, "You don't understand anything, making such a loud noise earlier, if I don't conceal my aura, I'll be discovered." Yi Ling smugly scoffed, muttering, Even though I don't know what method the master used, if you've entered my territory, don't expect to escape easily. Then, she summoned the vengeful spirits and commanded them, help me find the master. The deeper they went, the thicker the cold air became. The person who still hasn't recovered the game data, like Chu Sheng, felt a chill. And Rand saw Chu Sheng's expression and asked anxiously, are you okay? Chu Sheng replied, I'm fine, just a bit cold here. He didn't forget to remind Ran, now the shortcut is no longer accessible, the main road is full of monsters, you have to protect me well. Ran took out a few spirit stones and confidently said, don't worry, after absorbing these spirit stones, I'll be able to break through. Suddenly, she became alert and cast a sharp gaze ahead. A building gradually appeared in the gloomy scenery. Ran was a bit suspicious. What is ahead? Chu Sheng was already very familiar with it. He looked around, full of doubts. Why is there no monster guarding a place like this? In fact, those evil spirits had all been summoned away by Yi Ling, but Chu Sheng didn't know yet and smugly thought it was because he had disturbed them so much that they wouldn't appear anymore. Ran spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Be careful, I have a strange feeling about this place. At that moment, a system notification appeared, warning, lost data of the host detected nearby. Hearing the good news, Chu Sheng squinted his eyes and immediately ran off because he could finally retrieve some of his lost data here. As he ran, he laughed loudly, ignoring and ran behind him who was helplessly advising, wait, there might be danger ahead. Ran had no choice but to run after him. A moment later, both of them arrived at the front of the building. Chu Sheng excitedly opened the door, thinking to himself, this place is just a dungeon quite early compared to the lost cultivation data, this danger isn't much of a threat. Ran was cautious and glanced around, why is this room even darker and scarier? Chu Sheng didn't care because he just needed to find his data. Where could it be? Suddenly, the gate slammed shut, causing Ran to jump and pale, unable to speak. Chu Sheng excitedly turned his head, exclaiming, the way this boss appears is totally different from before, could it be that the monster has been reset? Ran looked at Chu Sheng, seeing his cheerful face, and grumbled, we are ambushed, how can you still be excited? Chu Sheng replied, because as long as we defeat the boss, I will get the rewards. A gigantic golden eye looked down, its deep voice booming, only 2 of you dare to invade my territory, are you prepared to face judgment? In front of them stood a massive monster, its fierce appearance characterized by red skin, bright yellow eyes, and a menacing expression. At the same time, in the upper levels of the secret realm, the monster was effortlessly slashed to pieces by Yu Xiuxing's sharp sword. The female disciples were even more enamored, eagerly cheering and shouting, the swordsmanship of Senior Brother Yu is truly amazing, Senior Brother Zheng is also excellent, they are such handsome guys. Looking at the crowd behind him, Yu Xiuxing was somewhat surprised. When did so many people gather here? Zheng Jingren replied helplessly, I forgot, we just help any disciple who encounters difficulties. Suddenly, the monsters were filled with fear, turning to flee, which immediately puzzled Yu Xiuxing and made him think they were afraid of something. Zheng Jingren smugly exclaimed, of course they are afraid of us, no matter how low the intelligence of the monsters is, they know to run away. But a creepy, eerie sound grew increasingly clear. Yu Xiuxing quickly asked, wait, do you hear that? What is that sound? A sound? Zheng Jingren also sensed something and glanced back. A series of vengeful spirits appeared simultaneously. Zheng Jingren stood frozen in shock, yelling, what on earth is this? Seeing this, the disciples immediately turned to run in panic, all shouting in fear, ghosts, save us, run. Zheng Jingren furrowed his brows, slightly worried, and said to Yu Xiuxing, I feel like something isn't right. Look, these monsters seem to have no intention of harming us. Yu Xiuxing nodded in agreement, not only that, they seem to be deliberately trying to chase us away. The vengeful spirits behind them kept teasing, hee, run a little faster. The group ran from east to west, gradually making their way down to the bottom floor. They froze when they saw a tall, dark building before them with a huge, shut gate. Yu Xiuxing turned around and, not seeing the vengeful spirits chasing them anymore, realized that the spirits wanted to lure them to this place. At that moment, a desperate scream echoed from behind, startling the entire group. A giant was grabbing a female disciple in his hand. Yu Xiaoxing shouted angrily, "Stop, you monster, let her go." The giant turned around, his voice full of contempt, "Aren't you two from the Yu family and Jing family? Heaven has truly helped me. It's perfect that those monsters have gathered you all in one place, sparing this young master the trouble of having to hunt you down one by one." Among the disciples, one person's face changed color, sweating and horrified, said, "Oh my God, isn't that Zhang Yuhang from the Zhang family? How did he end up like this?" Another replied, "I heard that after he entered the secret realm, he has been here, killing people and stealing points. Looking at him now, it must be karma." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxing angrily drew his sword and said fiercely, "Zhang Yuhang, do you really dare to harm fellow disciples?" Zhang Yuhang coldly laughed, "In this secret realm, the weak are devoured by the strong. Aren't there scores prepared for the young master?" He looked around but could not find Qin Shou. It seems he died before those monsters appeared. I knew it, he could not possibly be the old ancestor of the Zhang family. It's just a pity that I didn't get to kill that brat myself. Another giant behind Zhang Yuhang annoyingly reminded him, "Stop talking too much, don't forget our mission this time." Zheng Jingren turned around and urged, "You all keep running forward, we will hold them off here." Yu Xiaoxing stepped forward and shouted, "Don't even think about continuing to harm fellow disciples in front of us." Zhang Yuhang's hand began to accumulate dark aura, his expression full of challenge, "Then let the second and third geniuses of the sect try to see how strong I am right now." As he finished speaking, his arms suddenly swelled, stretching out to attack Xiaosheng and Jingren. Both immediately used their swords to withstand that terrifying attack, but were still knocked flying. Yi Ling observed the situation, a puzzled expression on her face. "Strange. I don't see anyone among them. Where did the master go in the end?" Suddenly, the enormous building behind Yi Ling shook violently, causing Yi Ling to startle and change color. She thought to herself, could it be? At the same time, inside, the monstrous creature with a fierce appearance was continuously launching spiritual energy orbs to attack Chu Sheng and Enran. She effortlessly dodged with water movement technique, while Chu Sheng was hit by every blow, crying out in pain, "It's too cold, ouch, it's too hot." Enran calmed herself, determined not to be shaken, drew her sword, and confidently said, "Don't think I became the grand senior sister just for show." Immediately, she activated water spirit swordsmanship, slicing through the oncoming spiritual energy. Chu Sheng laughed loudly, praising her, "Well done, you live up to your name as my grand senior sister." The gigantic creature glared with its blood-red eyes, holding a brush, sketching something in the air, growling, "You greedy, unscrupulous one." Soon after, a blinding purple light appeared. Before Enran could react, the beam transformed into a serrated sword, flying straight at her. Enran could only brace herself with her sword. But the power of that great sword is too strong. Worried, he exclaimed, "Chu Sheng, hurry over and help me. I'm afraid this low-grade spirit sword of mine won't last much longer." Chu Sheng was still fumbling around at the door, telling Enran to hold on a little longer to see if there were any interactive scenes. Because from what he knew, with this kind of game design in dungeons, there must be an item to counter the boss. Enran shouted in panic, "Be careful, that thing is aiming at you." When Chu Sheng heard that, he smiled smugly, "What good does staring at me do? A person who spends all day playing games like me probably doesn't have any serious crimes." But the monster continued to recite the sutras loudly and clearly, "You use unscrupulous means, dig up graves, commit petty theft. You sow discord and cause rifts, slander others, speak eloquently, cleverly argue, lie and deceive, incite others to cover up your crimes. You have caused a loyal widow to remarry, divided family ties, incited children to be at odds. You spread misinformation, cause harm to others, slander and insult people. You destroy evidence of your crimes. Revenge, arson, murder, malicious torment, slaughtering living beings, gambling addiction, theft and robbery, bullying the weak, seizing others' property, wasting food, disrespecting teachers, not respecting parents, you thief of wealth, benefiting oneself at the expense of public interest." The monster, after sentencing, felt its anger rising even more, raising the scythe of death to behead Chu Sheng. "You bastard! 18 levels of hell are not enough to judge you. If I do not destroy both your soul and body today, I will ask you to be the judge. At this moment, Chu Sheng was still bewildered, not understanding why he was being accused of those crimes. And Ran, who was struggling to resist, also curiously asked, Qin Shou, what have you done in the past to make it so angry? Chu Sheng, while dodging the attack, shouted, damn it, how would I know? Just at that moment, the serrated sword attacking An Ran suddenly vanished. She looked into the void in astonishment. The saw blade, it's gone. Chu Sheng shouted loudly for help. It is currently targeting me. Hurry and take this chance to launch a sneak attack. An Ran quickly nodded, got it. She then used the water spirit swordsmanship, gathering spiritual energy into her sword, waiting for the perfect moment. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was chasing after Chu Sheng, she lunged forward and struck from behind. After executing the water spirit swordsmanship, she delivered a slash to the monster from behind and landed gracefully, feeling extremely satisfied. A faint smile appeared on her face. However, her attack passed right through the creature without causing any harm. An Ran's expression froze in shock, completely dumbfounded as she realized her attack was completely useless. Standing beside her, Chu Sheng frowned and spoke, something's not right. This useless person isn't normal. It's a spirit form, physical attacks are ineffective against it. Suddenly, a realization hit him, spirit body. That's right, it's a spirit body. At that moment, the monster wasted no time and swung its scythe, charging at them in an instant. An Ran turned to Qin Shou and warned, be careful. She then swiftly grabbed Chu Sheng's head, ducking down just in time to dodge the killer move by a hair's breadth. Shocked, An Ran glared at Chu Sheng, her voice filled with fury, are you crazy? If I hadn't reacted in time, you have been cut in half by it. Chu Sheng remained calm, a confident smile blooming on his lips, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. After saying this, he took a divine weapon out from his possession. I feel the aura from this ancient soul banner is so familiar. It turns out to be the item of that sickly woman. The system chuckled sinisterly in its mind, this system has never deceived you. Thinking of a way to resolve the current situation, Chu Sheng said, but this is good, this is the ancient soul banner. For spirit bodies, this flag has an absolutely restraining effect, and it's time for you to unleash its power. Chu Sheng raised the pink skull-patterned underwear high, and it immediately radiated a powerful aura surrounding them. An Ran looked at the strange flag in Chu Sheng's hand, her face turning red with embarrassment as she scolded, what time is it that you are still joking around? What effect does this underwear have? Chu Sheng glanced behind him, his voice irritated for daring to underestimate his divine weapon, if you don't know, don't speak rashly. This is a divine weapon that costs 100,000 spirit stones to use just once. At that moment, the monster stopped, its eyes glued to the pink skull underwear in Chu Sheng's hands. Frozen in place, this is. Seeing its fear before this ultimate weapon, Chu Sheng felt proud and burst out laughing. Indeed, there are still those who know how to appreciate fine goods. But contrary to expectations, the demon calmly pulled out the Book of Life and Death and quickly wrote down Chu Sheng's additional crimes. So you're also a pervert, stealing women's lingerie, adding crime upon crime. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng became furious, his voice rising as he shouted, damn it, I didn't steal this, I worked hard to obtain it. Then he quickly waved his hand to create a swirling gust of spiritual energy headed forward. Ting ting, successfully spent 100,000 spirit stones. The powerful whirlwind immediately snatched the book and the death pen from its hands, leaving the demon wide-eyed in shock. What? The whirlwind succeeded, bringing the book and pen back to Chu Sheng. He held them with a triumphant smile and said nonchalantly, the eternal soul pen can absorb and control all types of ghostly souls in the world, the Book of Life and Death in your hands is no exception. Let's see what you can still write with. The demon glared, voice full of disdain, humph, only I can use these two treasures. What if you can hold it? The cycle of life and death, the dead and the living. He immediately summoned two large dogs, a Zhua and a Yu, growling as they approached, and commanded, quickly go retrieve the soul for me. But Chu Sheng merely smiled faintly, opened the ledger of life and death, and glanced at the two mongrel dogs. "You, right?" He quickly crossed out 2 lines in the ledger with the judge's pen, and instantly executed a double kill. The 2 dogs fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, causing the monster to tremble in fear. "Impossible. You are clearly a living person. How can you use a soul artifact?" the judge shouted, trembling all over, sweat pouring down his forehead. Chu Xing shrugged and proudly exhaled. "Who knows, maybe it's because my soul is just too powerful. I can't tell you that I am the Fendu Great Emperor. This ledger of life and death was created by me." At that time, Yiling's eyes were wide with admiration for me. Chu Xing looked back at the ledger, scratching his head, "But what should I write next?" And Ran, standing beside him, couldn't help but be astonished, her eyes flashing with contemplation. The name Qin Shou clearly possesses powerful capabilities, and the magic weapon on him is also extraordinary. He definitely cannot be just a sect disciple. Could he be an expert sent secretly by the master to support the sect? At this moment, the system announced, "Consumption successful, deducted 100.00 spirit stones. Consumption successful, deducted 100.00 spirit stones." Seeing this, Chu Xing couldn't help but feel annoyed and shouted, "What the hell, what kind of counting is this?" Seeing his foolish and self-absorbed demeanor, Ran was speechless. "If you could just be a little normal, it would be great." The system immediately replied nonchalantly, "You are using the life and death book through the eternal soul mirror, so of course the usage counts." Chu Xing helplessly shouted, "A swindler, truly a swindler." Meanwhile, the monster seemed undeterred. "Don't think that if I don't have a treasure, I can't do anything to you." He clasped his hands together, summoning countless fire lotus blossoms, and shot them towards Chu Xing, but he just stood calmly and said, "That's enough for playing. It's time for me to reclaim the cultivation I lost." Just as the fiery lotus attacks arrived, Chu Xing used the eternal soul mirror once more. "Create a vortex to neutralize that move." Not stopping there, the whirlwind sucked that monster in. "This isn't good, he wants to drag me in too." At this moment, Chu Xing's smile had turned sinister, laughing triumphantly. "It's too late to run now, come here to me." And Ran, watching this scene from behind, was bewildered. "Why do I feel like we are the ones who look like the villains?" the monster screeched in despair. Soon after, he and the 2 pitbulls were drawn into Chu Xing's divine consciousness space. Inside, he and the 2 dogs staggered, looking around in confusion, when suddenly a large hand patted his shoulder. He turned around and was startled to see old ancestor of the Zhang family standing behind him, laughing heartily. "Could it be that you want to take over Dao Mingzi too?" At this moment, Chu Xing and Ran successfully cleared the level. The large door opened automatically. Ran exclaimed excitedly, "The door is open now." Chu Xing recollected that when he previously cleared this game, following this path would lead to the final boss of the secret realm. Running along, Chu Xing felt excited, "Just keep going. We will definitely be able to find the missing data." Ran ran after him, her voice full of certainty, "I can sense that the sword god himself is ahead." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the air, "So the sword god is the reason why you have come here." Chu Xing immediately froze, cold sweat running down his spine. This voice was too familiar to him. A feeling of terror instantly enveloped him. Ran turned her head and angrily shouted, "Who are you?" From the darkness, slow footsteps echoed. The one who appeared was none other than Yiling, wearing a mysterious smile. "So you didn't come to visit me, how heartless." Ran looked blankly from Yiling to Chu Xing, wondering, could it be that you two know each other? Chu Xing awkwardly put on a half mask to disguise his spiritual energy and denied, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know who this is, I am not familiar with them." Yiling paid no attention to those words, calmly stepping in front of Chu Xing. "Although I cannot sense your spiritual energy now, your appearance and voice are definitely unmistakable. Finally, we can be forever by the side of the spirit of our benefactor, which is indeed a bit thrilling." This captivating and twisted face gave Chu Xing goosebumps. "Stay away from me, you pervert." Ran immediately stood in front of Chu Xing and drew her low-grade spirit sword, warning, "Stop right there, I won't let you touch my junior brother or the 3 million. Beside her, Chu Xing was ecstatic, cheering, "Senior sister is truly impressive." Yiling didn't care, only snorted coldly, "What a disruptive woman." Then she concentrated her energy into her finger. Dark concealment, first finger of the underworld. A blue light shot through Enran's consciousness, catching her off guard. Grand senior sister. Chu Xing hurriedly caught his senior sister, who had been knocked unconscious in one strike, and said in panic, "What have you done? She is the direct disciple of the Celestial Alliance leader, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Enran was pulled out of her body, utterly bewildered, wondering to herself, why did it turn out this way? Yi Ling passed through that soul, explaining, "Don't worry, my grand senior sister's disciples wouldn't dare actually harm her. I only knocked her soul out of her body, she will recover shortly." She gradually approached Chu Xing to touch that exquisite face. "This way, no one will disturb us, and the benefactor will be united forever." Seeing that he was about to be turned into a wandering soul, Chu Xing broke out in a cold sweat and retorted, "Benefactor? I don't understand what you are talking about." If Chu Xing had allowed Yi Ling to remove the mask at that moment, he would certainly have been unable to hide any longer. He had no choice but to take a chance. Gathering all his courage, Chu Xing let Yi Ling take off the mask. "All right, if you want to see my stunning beauty, then I will indulge you." "Benefactor, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ling, from an elevated emotional state, froze in shock and exclaimed, "Who are you?" A terribly ugly and old face appeared, grinning wickedly. "Ha ha ha, I am Zhang Wu Gu, the old ancestor of the Zhang family, not some so-called benefactor of yours." Chu Xing had anticipated this situation behind the mask. It was fortunate that the souls imprisoned by Chu Xing in the Eternal Soul Exchange had their powers and appearances entirely at his mercy in the spatial system. The Spirit Stone's mountain is gradually being consumed by the system, and he begins to have some regrets. "This pink skull-patterned underwear has consumed too many of my spirit stones." Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the terrified shouts of the participating disciples, "Run fast, but there might be powerful monsters guarding the front, we can't think too far ahead, being eaten by Zhang Yuhang would be worse." The group froze, encountering the scene of the grand senior sister of the Celestial Alliance leader collapsed before them. Yi Ling merely glanced over the crowd, thinking, if this ugly person is not my benefactor, then they must be hiding among these cultivators, but the soul cannot be deceived, I will slowly find you. Yi Ling began to form seals, casting dark concealment, 6 paths of the nether wheel, the reincarnation of the 6 realms, heaven realm, human realm, Azura realm, beast realm, hungry ghost realm, hell realm. Instantly, these 6 paths radiated an overwhelming aura, allowing the disciples to experience the 6 paths of the nether wheel in the world. What is this? The aura is too terrifying, I can't breathe anymore. Let's run quickly. At this moment, Yu Xiusheng and Jing Jingren, though heavily injured, but still being chivalrous at all times, "You do not need to worry, we will ensure your safety, even if it means sacrificing our lives." Zhang Yuhang and Huang Zhuye hurried over, smirking in disdain. Instead of thinking about protecting others, it would be better to think about how to survive. "Look, that's Zhang Yuhang." Yi Ling remained calm as she formed a seal, glancing around and noticing that all the surviving soldiers in this secret realm seemed to have gathered here. This is a perfect opportunity to extract their souls, one by one, to find the benefactor. Seeing this heaven-sent opportunity, Chu Xing couldn't help but think, great, these people can help me blend in. With that thought, he used a feint to make his escape, pointing at Yi Ling and boldly declaring, "This woman is the master of the secret realm, the one-sword god is inside her." Seeing that the ancestor of the Zhang family had come all the way here and specifically pointed at the one-sword god, Zhang Yuhang was stunned, feeling a bit regretful. "Ancestor, it seems you really have taken over successfully, could it be that I was overthinking things before?" Yu Xiuxing turned to remind them, "Now is not the time for internal conflict, first, let's deal with the master of this secret realm. The matter of you harming fellow disciples can be addressed later." Saying this, both quickly plunged into battle to prove themselves, but Yi Ling remained calm, standing there maintaining a seal and uttering contemptuous words. "Too arrogant, unaware of your own limitations. 6 paths of the nether wheel, Azura realm." Immediately, the souls of Xiu Sheng and Jing Ren became aggressive and filled with resentment, being dominated and controlled by Yi Ling to become fratricidal enemies, fighting for survival against each other. Why am I putting in more effort than you, yet your cultivation is higher than mine? Why are the girls more attracted to you? I refuse to accept this. The female disciples anxiously whispered to each other. Why have you seen your brother and Jing's senior brother ended up like this? They are both good people, they must have been manipulated by that wicked woman. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Xing snuck into the group of sisters and hid. The Azura realm only stimulated the deepest desires within, and it was unexpected that these two seemingly righteous individuals turned out to be like this. Seizing the opportunity, the despicable Zhang Yuhang and the sumo Zhuye charged in to attack from behind. Anyway, the sword god must belong to the Zhang family. The chaos yin-yang technique was blocked by Yi Ling's 6 paths aura and easily neutralized. She floated in mid-air, glancing down with disdain. You two fat ones really live up to your nature, stupid as pigs. 6 paths of the nether wheel, beast realm. The green aura rushed towards those two and turned them into 2 pigs lying around, squealing in a literal sense. No more joking, Yi Ling gathered all the 6 paths into a unified form and said, well, the hide-and-seek game ends here. The souls of all the disciples were sucked into that circle in an extreme agony. However, Chu Xing still kept his smug smile. Do you really think that pulling out everyone's souls will help you find me? You underestimate Dao Ming Zi too much. He began to switch into Hollywood actor mode, kneeling on the ground, clutching his head and trembling. Oh dear, my soul is also flying out now. But the unlucky one was Zhang Wuji's soul. He distressedly cried out, why is it always me who is unlucky? If you don't cooperate well and dare to say another word, I will kill you immediately. After 2.5 minutes, all the souls of the disciples had aurora-ed out of their bodies, soaring straight up above. Yu Xiusheng, in soul form, looked at himself in horror, unable to believe, am I aurora-ed now? The 3 female disciples hugged each other and cried bitterly. What has happened? Why are we lying on the ground? Have we really died? Boo-hoo. Yi Ling was unconcerned and just searched around. This is strange, my benefactor is really not among these people. Chu Xing saw the opportunity, adjusted his mask, and crawled away. Humph, you take your time searching, I'll go collect the game data first. However, just as he was about to escape, the gate slammed shut, extinguishing Chu Xing's hope. What? Yi Ling, like an unquiet spirit, suddenly appeared from behind with eyes full of evil energy, coldly stating, I already knew what was behind my benefactor, how could I open the door to welcome you? Minthong cut enemy. Immediately, an aura radiated out, blowing away Chu Xing's mask. He let out a soft cry, ah, my face. Seeing the old acquaintance, Yi Ling pouted, tears welling up. It really isn't wrong. My benefactor. Chu Xing hugged his face, gritting his teeth in response, TSK, you are still as serious as before, clearly you could easily outsmart me. Yi Ling was so emotional that she caught a chill, her whole body trembling. Benefactor, know you are very powerful, and your tactics are always beyond everyone's expectations. Just when Chu Xing was still trying to understand what she was saying, Yi Ling unleashed her full strength, an aura radiating around her. But you don't know, to ensure I capture your soul, I have prepared for so long. Ming Tong, Primordial Limit Reincarnation Realm. The surroundings of Chu Xing instantly became arid, death everywhere. Above, Yi Ling summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation with all her might. No one can escape the sea of suffering in reincarnation, and all the souls in this desolate secret realm will torment you to death. Right here, you and I will have our life and death duel, benefactor. The sharp-beaked souls charged at Chu Xing upon command. Watching this scene, he still calmly sighed. In the end, being forced to this extent, spirit stones really cannot be saved. The Eternal Soul version. Its gravitational pull drew all those souls inside, keeping company with the little system and the judgment monster. Oh, new teammates, huh? Seeing the missing panties from years ago, Yi Ling was so furious that she couldn't speak. You, how did you get that? Chu Xing, feeling pleased with himself, boasted, surprising, right? I have a divine weapon specialized for dealing with souls. Yi Ling turned beet red and pointed directly at him, you pervert. How did my panties end up in your hands? Hearing that, he froze momentarily, that's not the main point. Besides, this is the Eternal Soul Edition. Her gaze at Chu Sheng had completely changed, filled with coldness and hatred. Indeed, a heinous crime. If the ghost doesn't work on you, then try this. 6 paths of the nether wheel, heavenly Tao. Countless dark rays fell continuously, punishing Chu Sheng. He hurriedly jumped around, dodging. Goodness, I said I would control the soul and torture me to death. Jing Jingren and Yu Xiusheng were astounded by this scene. Who on earth is this junior brother that he can single-handedly confront the reincarnation judge? Zhang Yuheng finally realized he had been led astray. He gritted his teeth and combined with Huang Zhuya. Qin Shou. It's indeed you, the demon martial dual cultivate technique. Zhang Wu Gu behind felt helpless and reminded, hang air, don't act rashly. Over here, Yi Ling continued to unleash 6 paths of the nether wheel. Hungry ghost realm, frenzied evil spirits. Her hands transformed into sharp claws, fiercely scratching at Chu Sheng. He was annoyed while dodging. Damn it, with the abilities of the judge and corpse spirit in the system space, how can I withstand Yi Ling's attack like this? Avoiding one danger and encountering another, Zhang Yuhang and Huang Zhuya charged in like rockets. Qin Shou, die for me, huh? He turned around. But in only his soul form, how could he activate 100% of his power? Chu Sheng merely waved the pink skull flag lightly, absorbing 2 souls inside. You came at the right time, I was worried I had no way to counterattack. Let me see your skills. Demon martial dual cultivate technique. Immediately, this technique rebounded, targeting Yi Ling. But no matter how many times he waved it again, there were no surprising effects. Yi Ling lost for words at that scene. The system then popped up with a reminder, oh, you didn't know? The dual cultivate skill, when only one person utilizes it, will have side effects. Chu Sheng angrily threw the eternal spirit mirror to the ground. What the hell? How was I supposed to know that bastard practiced evil sect skills to such an extent? Feeling treated like a joke, Yi Ling trembled in anger. Daring to behave like a beast in front of me. 6 paths of the nether wheel, beast realm, you should be turned into livestock. Chu Sheng quickly bent down to dodge while simultaneously freeing the 2 souls. As they stood there confused, they were turned into pigs for the second time. He swiftly leaped away, evading all attacks. If the capabilities of these 2 useless ones are lacking, then let's change to others. Chu Sheng immediately stopped and used the eternal spirit mirror again in all the souls around him. All of you come here to me. Countless souls were swallowed up in the vortex. With the power of so many souls here, along with my understanding of this game, it should surely be enough to fight against you. Chu Sheng concentrated the aura from the eternal spirit mirror, executing the wooden spirit swordmanship. The female disciples were horrified, whispering among themselves. Quick, look over there, is that not the technique of you senior brother? No, the wind and cloud technique used by Qin junior brother is even stronger than that of you senior brother. Don't talk nonsense, this is definitely just the sound of thunder with a little rain. At this moment, Yu Xiusheng's face darkened. Wind and cloud technique. Countless sword strikes surged forward to attack Yi Ling. Not stopping there, Chu Sheng seized the opportunity, charging forward with the momentum. He executed the water-like step, a technique taught by An Ran, leaping forward and combining it with the strength of Jing Jingren, bringing down the thunder light slash directly onto Yi Ling. Quickly, a large orange pillar of light with terrifying pressure exploded. Chu Sheng landed lightly, but the next moment, he heard Yi Ling's mocking laughter. Chu Sheng was startled and looked back. What the hell is this? Yi Ling, in a spirited soul state, said excitedly, you still don't realize? The abyss profound scripture that you taught me, I have comprehended it all. Now I am the purest soul. After she finished speaking, she gathered spiritual energy at her fingertips and counterattacked Chu Sheng. He skillfully dodged while complaining. It's clearly a lively young girl, yet her body has turned into a soul. It's truly a pity, isn't it? Chu Sheng's heart finally realized why the attack was ineffective. It turned out she had cultivated her soul form. As long as I can be by the soul of my benefactor, all of this is worth it. After saying this, Yi Ling's entire soul seemed to darken. She unleashed the 6 paths of the nether wheel, hell realm, summoning demonic entities. Countless little demons appeared, surrounding Chu Sheng tightly. Yi Ling gradually descended, reaching out to Chu Sheng. Benefactor, stop resisting in vain. At this moment, Chu Sheng was drenched in cold sweat, struggling desperately. Damn it, I can't move. Stay with me obediently and protect this secret realm of the desolate bones. Yi Ling gradually extracted a soul from Chu Sheng's body, but somehow, the first soul she pulled out was a pig's head. Yi Ling was furious and continued to extract several more. Don't think you can use someone else's soul as a substitute. Chu Sheng helplessly screamed in despair. After 2.5 minutes of extracting, the souls of the disciples were brought out, leaving Yi Ling somewhat speechless. The small system, appearing terrified, shouted loudly. The substitute soul has been completely exhausted, useless host, hurry and think of a way to save me. Although Chu Sheng had exhausted a significant amount of energy, he calmly replied, don't worry, I've been playing this game for a long time. I know the weakness of the spirit body very well. When a spirit body is exposed to sunlight, it loses a great deal of strength, and even someone as strong as Yi Ling is no exception. At this point, the system no longer trusted this clueless Chu Sheng, and she panicked, covering her face. You say that so well, but where is there sunlight in this desolate secret realm? He did not respond but instead used the water flow swordsmanship to break free from the encirclement and confinement of the ghosts. Humph, my understanding of this game far exceeds your imagination. Yi Ling said coldly, looking at those trivial antics. It's futile to struggle, why doesn't the benefactor obediently stay by my side? Chu Sheng replied confidently, humph, don't think that the soul is invincible. Light doesn't necessarily come from the environment, it can also come from harmony. He then seized the body of the most handsome Yu Xiu Sheng, flaunting his stunning appearance. Yu Xiu Sheng, in spirit form, angrily shouted. What exactly are you abusing my body with? Yi Ling was dazzled by that light, only painfully screaming. You despicable benefactor, dare to think of that sunlight. In just 2.5 seconds, it gradually faded, leaving only a faint flickering light, making Yi Ling confused and bewildered. Even Chu Sheng was astonished, pausing. He looked down in anger, pointing at that place and reproaching. Humph, your holy light is too small, how have you developed? Yu Xiu Sheng shouted back. Do I need your concern? Seeing the scene, the female disciples couldn't help but whisper anxiously. So it turns out your senior brother is also that small. A handsome guy like him, what a pity. Seeing Yu Xiu Sheng embarrassed and not knowing where to hide his face, Zheng Jingren hurriedly went over to comfort. Your senior brother is fine, being small is cute too. Yi Ling triumphantly approached Chu Sheng. The benefactor's idea was good, but unfortunately, heaven does not help you. Chu Sheng refused to be defeated, replying, if one is not enough, then I will win by quantity. With that, he moved swiftly, snatching all the long pants from the bodies of the male disciples as quickly as possible, and threw them straight up into the sky. The male souls saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, completely shocked. Has this bastard gone crazy? The female disciples, shy and hesitant, half covered their faces while watching with half amusement. Oh dear, this is really embarrassing and shameless. I must see just how thick-skinned Qin Jr. brother can be. The light behind Chu Sheng illuminated the area, accentuating his brutishness in this fairy realm. With so much sunlight, this should be enough to injure you, right? Yi Ling was also astonished, speechless. You, but a moment later, she felt dejected and pointed behind her. You'd better see what's back there. Chu Sheng stared blankly and discovered that all the light could not shine even for a second, revealing only a pile of bodies lying there. What the hell is going on? One of the souls raised a hand to speak. Perhaps it's because I am not a pure young body. So that means, at this moment, everyone was taken aback, stunned, staring at Yu Xiu Sheng. Among those here, only Yu senior brother is. Meanwhile, Yu Xiu Sheng still did not understand what was happening. His soul sat alone in a corner, feeling insecure. I have made an effort to cultivate and maintain my image all along, but what is it all for in the end? The disciples saw this and went to comfort him. Brother, don't be like that. When it comes to cultivation, you have always been a role model for us. That's right, we all respect you very much. This is too much. Seeing this scene, Chu Xing angrily threw his pants to the ground, then pointed and shouted, "Are you all members of the Celestial Alliance or the He Huan sect?" Yi Ling, unfazed, provocatively said, "Master, feel free to use any techniques you have." He could only helplessly sigh, pretending to be desperate. "Fine, just take my soul directly." Seeing this, the disciples were horrified and collectively protested, "Hey, hey, don't give up. If you admit defeat, what will we do?" "That's right, there surely must be another way." Yi Ling, pleased with himself, brandished a fiery red chain, with an overwhelming aura, and approached confidently, "Master, if you had done this from the beginning, it would have been better. Let's guard this wild secret realm together." But the smile on Chu Xing's face gradually lost its humanity. He just snorted coldly, "Humph, you've fallen for my trick. Ha." While Yi Ling was still confused and didn't understand what was happening, Chu Xing had already prepared himself, pulled down his pants, and boldly declared, "This is my true trump card, aha." The sunlight radiating from him was intense, illuminating the entire area in the secret realm, causing Yi Ling to squint and exclaim, "Oh, the power of the sun is really strong." Yu Xiusheng was also astonished, wondering, "Why is there such a strong light, even stronger than mine?" The female disciples blushed when they saw the real deal and commented, "Oh, it's so big, even though he's a man, why is your senior brother so different from him? You guys are hurting me with your words." Watching Yi Ling's spiritual body gradually evaporate, scorched by this dazzling light, Chu Xing couldn't help but feel smug. "Come on, look at me, this time let's see if you can still be arrogant." Yi Ling struggled to use all her strength to try to deploy the 6 paths of the netherworld once more, but Chu Xing didn't give her a chance to turn the tide. He immediately transformed that sunlight into a longer beam, piercing through and shattering Yi Ling's technique. Meanwhile, she kept screaming in pain. The soul gradually became a real body, and the object had nearly been burned to ashes. The little system immediately appeared, standing behind and enthusiastically reminding, "Good opportunity, host, quickly use the Eternal Soul Token." Chu Xing calmly replied, "The Soul Token is ineffective on her subject, but I have another method." Saying that, he pulled the pink skull underwear off the stick. Yi Ling was wobbling as she stood up, her spirit still unstable, when Chu Xing's voice rang out again, "Look here, Yi Ling." He had changed from the pink underwear to long pants and his own underwear, without hesitation rushing over and quickly draping the long pants with underwear over Yi Ling. Feeling the residual aura on the pants resonating with the sunlight, Yi Ling screamed in horror. Chu Xing smirked and turned to leave. "Feel this, the pure yang energy." Now her spirit was in chaos, her whole body trembling, she softly exclaimed, "The underwear hasn't been washed." Then, she collapsed on the spot. The female disciples, seeing this, immediately turned around, expressing admiration and envy for Chu Xing. "Wow, the final move of junior brother is so cool." Only Yu Xiusheng saw that scene and criticized it. "But no matter how you look at it, it seems quite vulgar, doesn't it?" He was immediately refuted by the 3 female disciples, who shot back, "It may be vulgar for others, but Qin junior brother is really cool." "That's right, you senior brother, you're not feeling jealous, are you? I can't believe you senior brother is so petty." After Yi Ling collapsed, the final gate was finally opened. Chu Xing looked at her motionless, lying on the ground and said, "Do you want to defeat me? You are far from it. Your missions are all completed, go back." He didn't forget to return the souls to the fellow disciples. Immediately, their souls entered their bodies, but Chu Xing did not let go entirely, gripping tightly the 2 souls of Zhang Yuhang and Huang Zhuya, his face filled with evil energy, questioning, "Didn't you two just want to kill me?" They were not only unafraid but also threatened back. "Don't think this is all over. Let me go quickly. Do you know our status? If you mess with us, I guarantee I will destroy you when we leave the secret realm." "Enough, I won't let them go anymore." He continued to imprison them in the ancient soul prison for his amusement. Chu Xing dusted off his hands and said excitedly, "I have dealt with all the troublesome ones. This time, surely no one can stop us from restoring our cultivation, right?" Just as I was about to step in, I heard and ran calling me back. "Qin Shou, stop. I turned my head wearily and exclaimed in shock, "Ha, who else dares to stop me?" And ran, with an irritated expression, gritted her teeth and said, "I don't care what you want to do, but at the very least, you need to put on some pants first." I looked down, perplexed, and realized, oh, I forgot about this. I did it to apply pressure on Yi-Ling. Just as I was putting on my pants, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the wasteland. An ominous wave of evil energy emanated, never before so potent. The power is incredibly strong. This feeling is no less intense than that of Yi-Ling. Chu Sheng looked back and saw that Yi-Ling was still unconscious and trembling from the earlier shock. Isn't the master of this secret realm Yi-Ling? How could there be anything stronger than her? A gigantic foot slowly stepped out, with blood-red eyes that seemed ready to devour everything. Yi-Ling being unconscious meant that the sealing spell had been broken. A skeletal dragon emerged, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It has been 500 years, finally that detestable woman has been defeated. The roar echoed like thunder, powerful and threatening. Chu Xing quickly covered his ears, anxiously looking towards the source of the sound, trembling with fear, secretly thinking, "Oh no, is another expert showing up?" At that moment, Yi-Ling regained consciousness, her body battered, lying on the ground shivering, sarcastically saying, "Ha ha, benefactor, you truly are a villain who cannot be forgiven." Chu Sheng, angered, clenched his fists in disdain. "I warn you, if you dare to slander me again, I will use holy light to teach you a lesson." And Ran, seeing this from behind, felt somewhat panicked. "Stop it right now. If this continues, this entire comic might not even pass censorship." After a moment of contemplation, Yi-Ling suddenly realized something, struggling to articulate, "So your purpose is to let it out. You indeed want to destroy the entire Cultivating Immortals world." Chu Sheng was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Let what out? Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred, causing Chu Sheng and Enran to lurch forward. In front of them, from the darkness, a huge shadow was gradually emerging. The vague outlines became clearer. It appeared as a fierce monster. Even Yu Xiusheng showed a look of horror, quickly stepping back a step. "What is this? What kind of monster is it?" Zheng Jingren looked at the shape of the monster, astonishment clearly visible on his face. "I have never heard that this ancient secret realm contains any monster like this." Looking at the monster gradually breaking free, Chu Sheng also felt that this monster was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where from. Just then, Yi-Ling turned to Chu Sheng and said sharply, "Are you still pretending to be innocent? Aren't you the one who created this monster?" Chu Sheng panicked, stammering as he pointed at his own face, "Me, how?" The voice of the system reminded him, "Master, haven't you forgotten? This dragon is the final boss from the beginning." Chu Sheng suddenly remembered, slapped his hand in surprise. "Oh, I remember now, it's that weak chicken that I could kill with just a light tap. Back then, my level was so high, I could defeat the boss with one move, so I didn't remember much." Yi-Ling bit her lip tightly, her eyes blazing with anger. "It is precisely because you killed that evil dragon and did not handle its corpse that it has rotted and turned into a half-dead monster like it is now." Chu Sheng was taken aback, defending himself. "Are you blaming this on me too?" Yi-Ling's voice was cold, her eyes revealing a clear sense of helplessness. "When my senior sister and I discovered your evil deeds, even our strength was not enough to destroy it. To prevent it from infecting other beings, my senior sister had no choice but to use the Divine One Sword to suppress it. But this undead dragon cannot die, relying only on the Divine One Sword is not enough to completely suppress it. I can only use my soul power to suppress it day and night." She sighed, her expression holding a sense of helplessness, "but its decay cannot be stopped. No matter how hard I try, in the end, this place will also become a desolate secret realm." Zheng Jingren finally understood and spoke up, "I told you, why those evil spirits attacked the beast's corpse. It turns out they originally belonged to two opposing factions." Yi-Ling turned to point directly at Chu Sheng, reproaching him with a hint of bitterness. "Now the process of turning it into a corpse can no longer be stopped. This entire world is being destroyed because of your sinful actions." Chu Sheng replied angrily, "I've told you, don't lay all the blame on me so crudely." Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from the darkness, causing Chu Sheng to shudder and feel cold. The evil dragon flew out, roaring mockingly. Brat, I want to see how else you can keep me imprisoned. Chu Xing smirked and quickly ran away, saying, aha, it's not looking for me. Okay, gotta run fast. Just as Chu Xing was about to step back, Yi Ling turned to him with a face full of indignation. Your benefactor has nurtured you so that today you can wreak havoc everywhere, right? The evil dragon was also surprised to hear this. Benefactor? Dao Mingzi. Moments later, it roared angrily, unleashing a burst of dark energy. Where is Dao Mingzi? I want to find him and end him right now. Chu Xing stopped in his tracks, eyes wide in shock. Huh. The small system appeared, looking surprised. What exactly have you done to this dragon? Its resentment has turned into physical form. Chu Xing ran while awkwardly trying to explain. We can only defeat this boss like any other battle. How could we know what hidden settings there might be? Ta Long recalled the time he fought Dao Mingzi. It was all because of that beast. I thought he would defeat everyone, charging right in front of me, and there would be an earth-shattering battle. I even prepared myself mentally, knowing I could be killed and have my energy taken if I couldn't stand up to him. Just thinking about it makes tears of frustration well up. But the outcome was beyond expectations. That damned guy didn't even give me a chance to retaliate and finished me off with just a slap. Chu Xing mockingly snarled, if you're this weak, don't blame others. Ta Long felt furious and retorted, I am not useless. I still have a series of moves I haven't even used. If we fought seriously, I have 9 ways to take him down. 9 ways. Unable to hold back any longer, Chu Xing turned around, frowning in admonishment, you've become like this just over that trivial matter. Ta Long bared his sharp claws towards Yi Ling, determined, right now, I just need to kill you. We will break free from the bonds and leave this cursed place. Next, I must find Dao Mingzi. I will use all means at my disposal to torment him until he has tasted every suffering. Hearing this, Chu Xing calmly replied, so it's a grudge between you, we just happened to pass by. Well then, you could generously spare us, right? And Ran was astonished by his sudden change of tone. Looking at the dragon before him, he felt equally helpless, thinking to himself, this dragon is something that even Yi Ling couldn't defeat, now there's no other way but to seek strength amid chaos to escape this place. Chu Xing turned to the small system and said, confirm the location of the lost data. The system continuously beeped, announcing, opening the map, the location of the lost data has been updated, that data is right on this dragon. What? Chu Xing exclaimed in shock. Do I have to fight this dragon? Seeing Chu Xing frozen and unresponsive, and Ran coldly remarked, why are you still standing there? Suddenly, a confident voice rang out from behind. Indeed in a moment of crisis like this, we still need to rely on my intervention. Yu Xiuxing held the sword tightly and shouted, I will hold it here, everyone take this opportunity to escape from the secret realm. Jing Jing ran behind panically exclaimed, you brother, doing this will cost you your life. Yu Xiuxing faced the evil dragon and smiled resolutely. As long as I can protect junior brother and junior sister, I wouldn't regret dying. The disciples in the group began to sob at the sacrifice of you brother. In this situation, you brother still thinks of us. Just now, I mocked him for being too small, how shameful. Jing Jingren also urged anxiously, everyone, hurry and leave. We cannot let you brother sacrifice himself in vain. Yu Xiuxing angrily shouted, I'm not dead yet. He chuckled softly, secretly thinking, this time, my timely appearance to stop it will surely restore my image in the eyes of junior brother and junior sister. As if recalling something, Yu Xiuxing smiled confidently and pulled out an ancient talisman from his chest. Fortunately, before setting off, the ancestors entrusted me with this sword charm. The sword talisman contains a strike of ancient great power, possessing an incredibly potent force to counter evil, making it extremely useful against the monstrous beings in this ancient secret realm. Aiming at the corpse dragon, Yu Xiuxing shouted, you audacious beast, taste my sword soul talisman suppression. From the talisman, a dazzling and powerful sword chi erupted, enveloping the space with an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in those around. Yu Xiuxing commanded the sword to rush forward at lightning speed. The corpse dragon sensed it and widened its eyes in surprise. This aura, seeing Yu Xiuxing's formidable sword move, and Ran exclaimed, such a powerful sword move. Chu Xing watched in admiration and thought, if he defeats this corpse dragon, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of the situation and seize the reward? Yu Xiusheng executed his swordsmanship with an attack. The blade clashed with the corpse dragon, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. The force released caused Jing Jingren to be pushed back several steps, his face pale with fear. He murmured, "You brother, your move is truly terrifying." In the distance, a group of female disciples cheered in admiration. "Incredible. We have been saved. I told you, senior brother is the best." Except, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiusheng hurriedly interrupted, "Don't say anything else, there's no need to mention that matter." Amidst the bustling noise, Chu Sheng stood at a distance, frowning. His gaze followed the sword move that had just been executed. Why does this sword technique feel so familiar to me? On the opposite side, the corpse dragon's red eyes flashed with anger, filled with evil energy. It roared like thunder. "I never expected that before I could find you, you would come here on your own." Dao Mingzi. As soon as the words left its mouth, its massive tail lashed out violently, sending Yu Xiusheng flying like a leaf. He let out a painful cry. Jing Jingren shouted in panic, "You brother." At that moment, Chu Sheng suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. "I remember now." And ran, standing beside him, turned in confusion. "Oh, there was a time before when someone named you asked me to concoct a sword talisman. At that time, I found it bothersome, so I just randomly drew one and gave it to him." At this moment, the corpse dragon did not spare Yu Xiusheng. It continued to charge forward, striking down hard while shouting loudly, "Hateful Dao Mingzi, where is your instant kill move?" Hearing his mournful scream, Chu Sheng silently blamed himself with tears streaming down his face. "If I had known there would be such a scene, I would have drawn more carefully." Yu Xiusheng lay flat on the ground, his body battered. Weakly, he raised his hand, his voice hoarse, "Stop. Is there any resemblance between me and Dao Mingzi? Open your eyes and look closely." The corpse dragon was furious, holding him tightly, growling, "Damn Dao Mingzi, do you dare to insult me again? Look, do I even have eyes to see anymore?" Since it was a corpse dragon, did it even have eyes left? Hearing this, Chu Sheng gasped, stunned, so it was angry because of this? Yu Xiusheng trembled, extending his hand for help. "Quick, save me." Jing Jingren gritted his teeth, raising the blade high, shouting, "We cannot let our senior brother sacrifice himself in vain. Everyone just needs to unite, we will definitely defeat the corpse dragon." But in response to him are only evasive glances. One person whispered, "Do we really have to fight this corpse dragon? It's impossible. If we don't run now, the sacrifice of senior brother will be in vain." Jing Jingren was so angry that his face turned red. He turned around and shouted, "You guys." Meanwhile, the corpse dragon tightly gripped Yu Xiusheng, causing him to spit blood while laughing coldly. Its voice echoed throughout the space, "Haha, Dao Mingzi, you are truly pitiable. Look, even your teammates don't care about you." After that, it stomped its foot heavily on the ground. A wave of toxic gas erupted from its body, spreading throughout the area. It arrogantly declared, "Soul-eating poison, within my poisonous fog, your souls will be corroded and disintegrated. And in the end, you will become puppets under my control." Jing Jingren held his neck, collapsing in pain. "My body no longer has strength." Another disciple also doubled over, vomiting continuously. So terrifying." The corpse dragon roared. The soulless eyes were filled with resentment. It stared intently at Yu Xiusheng, its voice gritting each word. "Dao Mingzi, this time I will use the most ruthless methods to torment you, to repay the humiliation you caused me years ago." Yu Xiusheng, although severely injured, forced himself to shout desperately, "You are mistaken, I have said it countless times, I am not Dao Mingzi, do you hear me clearly?" But the corpse dragon paid no heed to the explanation. It spat out a cloud of poisonous black mist. The dense toxic fog quickly enveloped the body of Zhang Yuhang, an unconscious disciple nearby. In the mist, Zhang Yuhang's body slowly rose, his eyes soulless but filled with evil energy. He roared, his voice fierce, as if he had become a puppet under the control of the corpse dragon. The soul of Zhang Yuhang has emerged from ancient oblivion, angrily shouting, "What the hell is this? My body, you damn dragon, what have you done? Chu Sheng was equally astonished, quickly retreating a few steps. What is happening here? The corpse dragon sneered, speaking with a mocking tone. See, Dao Mingzi. We not only want to eliminate you but also want to make you experience the greatest humiliation of your life. With that, it handed over Yu Xiu Sheng's body to the controlled Zhang Yuhang. The guy quickly pulled down Yu Xiu Sheng's pants, despite his desperate screams. You, please don't come any closer. Jing Jingren and the disciples were horrified and shouted, no, please, you brother. Just a few seconds later, the flower bloomed vividly like a bright spring day, and Yu Xiu Sheng let out a soft cry. Seeing this, Jing Jingren silently wished, damn it, corpse dragon, you brother, if I could take your place, that would be great. Chu Sheng looked at him with a confused expression. You have this kind of preference too? Before he could recover from his astonishment, the corpse dragon quickly raised its claw and killed a nearby disciple. Open your eyes and look, if you don't look, I'll kill you right now. It laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, everyone remember this humiliating appearance of Dao Mingzi. Seeing this, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, thinking, this can't go on any longer, the corpse dragon clearly won't stop with just Yu Xiu Sheng. If we don't act immediately, we will all die. But the reserve spirit stones are only enough for one last use. Yi Ling, in her weakened state, leaned against the stone slab helplessly. If I can't even handle this corpse dragon, do you really think you can deal with it with just my pants? It seems even heaven is fair for you to die because of your own sins. Immediately, Chu Sheng stepped in front of her and calmly said, you are not wrong, you can't defeat the corpse dragon relying on just the pants. She jumped in shock, yelling, what are you coming over here for? At that moment, Chu Sheng's face began to lose its humanity. He smiled sinisterly and tore Yi Ling's clothes apart. If we add a few more pieces of clothing, the effect might be better. Yi Ling blushed, stammering, stop right there, are you not only releasing the corpse dragon to cause havoc but also wanting to humiliate me like this? She used a bit of her soul aura to fight back. Seeing that Chu Sheng was unbothered, Yi Ling, with tears in her eyes, shouted, Master, do you really hate this world so much? Do you enjoy playing with everyone and destroying everything to such an extent? Chu Sheng froze for a moment and then said seriously, you are mistaken, I have never thought about destroying this world. He looked directly into Yi Ling's eyes, his voice sincere. Whether you believe it or not, I only want to save everyone here, including you. Chu Sheng's words surprised Yi Ling for a moment. She looked up at him, her eyes gradually softening. More than 2,000 years ago, Fengmen Village, a desolate and abandoned place, seemed to have been forgotten by time. It was rumored that a demon tier appeared here, rampaging and wreaking havoc, causing the entire village to fall into ruin. Some said Fengmen Village was cursed because the old royal family in the village had done too many evil deeds, leading to divine retribution. Others claimed that it was all just rumors, nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Sheng angrily slapped the NPC hard, yelling, stop talking nonsense, just tell me what the mission is. Jia Kong stammered, hurriedly trying to dissuade him. Master, please calm down. Chu Sheng ignored him and continued to scold. What kind of trivial NPC would have so many tricks? Would it have been finished if you had said it earlier? The old man clutched his head and explained, in the village, there is a monster causing havoc. If we can eliminate this evil object, we may obtain the best sword in the village. Jia Kong raised a question and asked quietly, Master, why did you suddenly come to a small village like this to exorcise? This small matter can be handled by us disciples. Chu Sheng did not even glance back and replied, if I let you do it, how could I claim the reward for the side quest? Suddenly, he noticed a strange sight appearing before him. On an old watchtower, there were two figures of the great master demonstrating their skills in a powerful technique, the Five Thunder True Law. Facing him was a silver-haired female ghost, dressed in red, her eyes filled with resentment, screaming in pain. Even though the female ghost was suppressed, she still struggled to lift her head, her voice echoing with resentment. Huang Shiren, because you wanted to buy an official position for your child, you indiscriminately raised taxes, causing my parents and many relatives in the village to die. Now you use our money to invite the great master here, wanting to make us lose our souls. You are truly a wicked person, and even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Huang Shiren stood above, looking down in disdain and replied, "Talking nonsense, isn't it because you tenants are idle? Think back on whether you've been working hard in your farming." The great master, after subduing the female ghost, turned to Huang Shiren and spoke gently. "Huang master, dealing with the malevolent spirits is the responsibility of this poor man, but as for the remaining 3,000 spirit stones, I kindly request you to convert them into spirit tokens and send them directly to the Taoist temple for convenient transaction." Huang Shiren nodded and bent slightly to flatter. "The great master has worked hard, I will immediately send someone to handle this matter." Having said that, the great master used his skill to control the female ghost lying on the ground, then casually took the spirit tokens. Witnessing the scene, Chu Xing gritted his teeth in anger, suddenly rushed forward and kicked the great master to the ground. He shouted, "Damn it, this old man is trying to steal my mission, isn't he?" Turning to Huang Shiren, Chu Xing grabbed the old man's collar and gritted his teeth, saying, "I traveled far for this mission and ended up letting you hand it over to another NPC. Huang Shiren was flustered and quickly explained, "Young hero, please calm down, the monster in the village has already been subdued by the great master." Chu Xing's face darkened as he thought, "Damn it, if this side mission isn't resolved by me personally handling the demonic object, I definitely won't receive the reward. I've got a plan." Just a few seconds later, it seemed like Chu Xing had an idea, leaving Jia Kong beside him bewildered. He coldly performed a spell, breaking the control over the female ghost. "Letting you go and handling it yourself counts as completing the mission. I really am a genius." The female ghost broke free from her seal and looked up at Chu Xing with tears in her eyes, full of surprise. "He let me go again. Does he know about my grievances and is deliberately helping me?" Chu Xing blinked and silently murmured, "Go wreak havoc quickly. Once you're done, I'll deal with you." Immediately, the female ghost's evil energy surged, and her body instantly grew gigantic. With a powerful voice, she declared, "Thank you, benefactor, for your help in avenging the lives of 59 of my fellow townspeople." Huang Shiren saw the female ghost rushing toward him, his face turning pale as he shouted, "Master, save me." The old master lay on the ground, his voice weak, "I'm in too much pain, I can't get up." In the pitch darkness of Feng Men village, a scream filled with hatred rang out, "Return the lives of my parents and my fellow countrymen." Without hesitation, the female spirit lunged forward, tearing Huang Shiren and the old great master into pieces, leaving no one to escape her wrath. The royal relatives, some crying and others screaming in panic, tried to run, but all were eliminated by Yi Ling, sparing not a single one. The royal people, those who follow the tiger to commit evil, should not think they can escape. Jia Kong watched from a distance, his expression anxious. "Master, is it really wise to let this female spirit wreak havoc like this?" Chu Xing coldly glanced at Yi Ling, his eyes sharp, calmly replied, "All things in the world have causes and effects. If we do not address the root of the problem, we will only have more vengeful spirits. After all, they are just NPCs in the game. Life or death is of no concern to me." At that moment, the system's voice announced, "Congratulations to player Dao Ming Z for unlocking the super rare title, Hidden Emperor Feng Duo. The holder of this title can control all souls and command ghostly spirits across the world." Another notification followed, "A large number of vengeful souls and ghostly spirits have been detected around the player. Do you want to capture them all?" Chu Xing was surprised. "Is it really this bad? It seems that even without this female ghost, that Huang family won't survive." The female ghost approached, her entire body still faintly emitting evil energy. She knelt before Chu Xing, full of gratitude, "Thank you, benefactor. Only when the blood of the Huang family is shed can my resentment be washed away." Chu Xing smiled, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He thought to himself, "It's time to take action." But just as he was preparing, the female ghost raised her face, her voice softening, "My name is Yi Ling. Even if my soul is scattered, I have no regrets. Please, benefactor, go ahead and destroy me." Looking at Yi Ling, Chu Xing raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful. He sneered inwardly. This female ghost does have some beauty, killing her would be a pity. As long as I take her out of Feng Men village, wouldn't that be considered subjugation? If I take her away, it would be a win-win situation. He stepped closer, gently patting Yi Ling on the shoulder, speaking calmly, "Get up. I will spare your life, I have other uses for you." Then, Chu Xing transmitted the 6 paths of the nether will to her. "From now on, you must leave this place. As the manager of reincarnation, I have become the king of reincarnation." With tears in her eyes, Yi Ling expressed her gratitude. "Great benefactor, your kindness is immense. Yi Ling is willing to use her life to repay you." Returning to reality, observing Yi Ling, Chu Xing thought to himself, "What is this girl thinking with such an expression? With my outstanding acting skills, does she still not believe me?" Yi Ling snorted softly, her eyes shyly looking elsewhere, muttering, "Humph, for the sake of this whole world, I reluctantly choose to believe the benefactor one more time." Hearing this, Chu Xing's expression darkened for 2 seconds before he suddenly laughed wickedly, snatching Yi Ling's belongings. "Ha ha ha. You've revealed your weakness." Yi Ling was startled, her face turning red as she shouted, "This scoundrel. Why did I trust the benefactor? I clearly knew he was the worst villain in the world." From a distance, Chu Xing smirked and replied, "Hey, I heard everything. Anyway, finding a way to deal with the corpse dragon is more important now." Yi Ling, aware of his personality, panicked and shouted, "What are you doing with my belongings?" Immediately, from Yi Ling's underwear, Chu Xing was busy tying it into a large flag. With a proud expression, he raised the flag high and declared, "Witness the ultimate version of the ancient soul flag that is the great master of the superlative pinnacle advancement." The system voice appeared, "Congratulations host, equipment synthesis and advancement successful." Yi Ling asked with some confusion, "Is holding this weird thing really useful?" Chu Xing laughed loudly, completely confident, "Of course it is. Can't you feel it? The powerful aura emanating from this ultimate version of the ancient soul flag is tremendous." As he spoke, he raised the flag and took a deep breath. Yi Ling protested, shouting, "Don't sniff it." Chu Xing was unconcerned and continued to hold the flag high, declaring, "More importantly, the power of reincarnation has returned. Look at this, with the ultimate version of the ancient soul flag in hand, I can defeat the corpse dragon in just one move." From afar, Yu Xiaoxing shouted in despair, No. The evil dragon roared powerfully in the dark space. "Did you all see it? This is the price to pay for offending this prince. Yu Xiaoxing is being tormented here, unconsciously moaning. The evil dragon's cold eyes suddenly filled with tears. "It has been thousands of years, and my deep grudge against Dao Mingzi has finally been avenged. Although Dao Mingzi, you have reduced me to this state of neither life nor death, I must also thank you for the mistake that gave me a nearly immortal body." Looking down, Yu Xiaoxing cried out in despair, I really am not Dao Mingzi." But the evil dragon didn't care, filled with hatred and a tone of challenge. "Next, I will turn all living beings in this world into beings like me, possessing immortal bodies but lacking the ability to think, turning into empty shells. Once all life on this world is under my control, I will be the only king of this world." In the distance, Chu Sheng and Anran were thrown far away by the shockwave, trying to get back up. Anran urged Chu Sheng anxiously, "Didn't you say you could kill him with one strike? Hurry up." Chu Sheng frowned, silently calculating. "What's the rush? I am looking for the right moment. If there are no issues with my plan, just one strike will determine the outcome. However, this attack of mine can only be used once. I need to get closer to maximize its power." Thinking about it, he gradually crawled closer to approach it more easily. Meanwhile, the evil dragon turned and stared intently at Yi Ling, his eyes flashing with malice. "You, this wretched woman, because you want to protect your master Dao Mingzi, you have always sealed me here." Yi Ling seemed to hit a nerve and quickly stuttered a rebuttal. I do not want to protect my benefactor. I want to protect the innocent people in this world." The evil dragon sneered, But that doesn't matter." It flew quickly toward Yi Ling and grabbed her tightly. "You really enjoy sealing me, don't you? Then let me make you my first slave." It swiftly transmitted dark power into Yi Ling's body. She closed her eyes, her whole being gradually drowning in pain. At that moment, scenes of suffering began to unfold. That's right, all these years, who have I really been protecting? Waiting so long, hoping that he would come back and change. Even if he doesn't change, I still want to firmly hold on to his soul, to protect this desolate bone and atone for our sins together. But in the end, it only results in deception. Behind, Chu Xing took advantage of the moment Yi Ling had captured its attention, distracting the evil dragon. I must seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He quietly moved a step closer, preparing for the decisive strike. I'm tired, let's destroy it together. Yi Ling's helpless words surprised the evil dragon. In the last moment, Yi Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide and spoke with a booming voice full of anger. Humph, that bastard is the real Dao Mingzi, you should kill him right away. Chu Xing was taken aback and immediately pretended to cover his mouth innocently. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just an unknown person, how can I compare to a talented and handsome figure like Dao Mingzi, a remarkable and charming hero? Yi Ling glared angrily. The fact that you can utter such praise proves that you are that self-indulgent benefactor. The evil dragon threw its head back and laughed loudly, full of mockery and scorn. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you, this wench. At this point, you still want to protect your master. Do you think I don't understand your feelings? You just want to find someone random to call him master so that Dao Mingzi can truly be freed, right? In the face of this foolish evil dragon, Yi Ling was left speechless. Protect? I'm telling you to kill him. Yu Xiuxing lay in pain on the ground, tears streaming down in despair, shouting, I've said it before, I'm not Dao Mingzi, you're wrong. Yi Ling pointed directly at its face, retorting sharply, are you blind? Look closely, if you can't even see who is trying to kill you, how can you deserve to be a ruler? Upon hearing this, the evil dragon immediately shifted from a smug expression to one of fury. It retorted, bastard. How dare you humiliate me? Do I look like I don't have eyes? You want to protect your master. I will definitely not let you succeed. It spoke while demonstrating that it was clever and not easily deceived. Chu Xing stood from a distance, giving a thumbs up in praise, his voice full of flattery. That's right, dead long king, don't let her deceive you. Yi Ling was shocked, feeling his body become heavier. She mumbled, I have been corroded by the fog, have I formed a body? The evil dragon laughed coldly. His eyes, like two deep black holes, drilled into Yi Ling. Not so fast. Turning you into a corpse is to make you feel the deepest despair. Enjoy that feeling. Yi Ling's body trembled, her hands uncontrollably picked up the sword from the ground. She took heavy steps toward Yu Xiuxing. He shouted in panic, his eyes filled with fear, no, stop. Don't do that. But no one could stop her. A stab of the sword pierced directly into his most private part. The evil dragon burst into joyful laughter, ha ha. Harming your beloved master with your own hands, how does it feel? Yi Ling raised her head, blushing, and shouted, it doesn't hurt at all. Besides, I don't even like him. She turned, pointing at Chu Xing with hatred. I told you he is the real Dao Mingzi. Since we all have to die here, can't you kill him first? Seeing that attitude, Chu Xing feared it would ruin his plan and immediately shouted back. Can you please stop drawing his attention? Evil Dragon raised an eyebrow and sneered, with cultivation so weak that I can't even sense it, you dare to say he is Dao Mingzi? Chu Xing immediately bowed his head and put on a flattering smile, indeed, your majesty, the king is truly wise and insightful. You see through everything. Evil Dragon smugly continued to control Yi Ling to stab him a few more times in the backside. Don't think you can fool me, let me expose your lies right now. Are you sick? Yu Xiuxing pleaded while crawling, please, don't stab anymore. Evil Dragon looked at Chu Xing and arrogantly declared, this king will stand here, allowing you to do as you please. If you can make me take a step back, I will willingly enter reincarnation, so you won't have to exert any more effort. Chu Xing pretended to be naive and scratched his head in confusion. Oh, how could I dare to strike you, the great corpse dragon king? Evil Dragon laughed arrogantly. I'm not afraid of the real Dao Mingzi, let alone a poser like you. Hurry up and make your move, so I can continue mocking that wretched person. Chu Xing took a deep breath and smiled faintly. If that's the case, we won't be polite anymore. He slowly took out the Eternal Soul Token, an item that shimmered as if containing the power of the entire universe. 6 Paths of the Nether Wheel. The evil dragon was enjoying itself with its eyes closed when suddenly its expression changed. It stepped back, its eyes filled with confusion. What's happening? Why can I feel Dao Ming Zi's spiritual energy again? In that moment, Chu Xing unleashed a full-force attack. The dazzling light filled the space, sweeping the evil dragon away, ending its arrogance in a single blow. In the dark space, the evil dragon roared in rage, each word wanting to tear the atmosphere apart. Damn Dao Ming Zi, you cunning one, dare to use a substitute to deceive this king. Facing it, Yi Ling was furious at this stupidity. It's clearly just your misunderstanding. The evil dragon reassured itself, but that's fine, we can finally settle this fairly. Beside, Chu Xing forced a smile, gently reminding, hey, I'm just giving you a little reminder. If you keep agitating like that, the speed at which your soul and body disintegrate will only accelerate. The evil dragon momentarily froze, its eyes filled with horror as it looked down at its own body. In panic, it yelled, how did it come to this? Chu Xing replied calmly, you have survived until now merely because your soul has forcibly clung to your body. All I need to do is use the soul token to drive your soul out of your body, and your decaying form will naturally disintegrate. Chu Xing glanced back and added, of course, ordinary attacks cannot make your soul escape, which is why I need a little assistance from Yi Ling. Yi Ling, standing nearby, puffed her cheeks in angry dissatisfaction. The evil dragon gritted its teeth, its voice filled with resentment and bitterness. Why? Why is it always just one move that can defeat me? I won't accept it. If we fought fairly, I would definitely win, without a doubt. Chu Xing smirked, his words laced with gentle mockery. Sorry, fighting fairly has never been my style. He lunged forward, tightly holding the super VIP version of the soul token. Continuously striking from start to finish, both the soul and body of the evil dragon were devastated. In an instant, both the soul and body of the evil dragon turned to ash. His final scream echoed through the space. I refuse to accept this. Without turning back, Chu Xing coldly walked away. On the other side, the female disciples cheered joyously. Incredible! Qin Jr. brother has won. Another female disciple excitedly added, did you all see that? Qin Jr. brother's move just now was truly spectacular. Standing outside, and Ran could only shake her head at this scene. How can this guy talk so shamelessly and still look righteous? At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly realized that the evil dragon's oppressive presence over her had vanished. She whispered emotionally, my benefactor truly did not deceive me, he has really defeated the corpse dragon. Immediately after, a strange phenomenon occurred, and the reincarnation gate slowly appeared in the sky. A dim light radiated from it, leaving everyone in awe. One by one, each soul in the abandoned Bone's secret realm was drawn into the reincarnation gate, like an endless flow. Yi Ling looked at this scene, full of curiosity. What is going on? All the souls have been sucked in. These are the souls that have accumulated over the past 100 years, how can they be subdued so quickly? A gentle voice from a nearby soul judge echoed, have you not realized yet, Lord Yen Jun? The corpse spirits here cannot reincarnate because they are contaminated by the corpse dragon. Now that the corpse dragon has disappeared, all the corpse spirits it affected will naturally vanish as well. Yi Ling nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting something indescribable. It seems that the benefactor has done something good, but this is merely rectifying past mistakes. The judge spoke cryptically, full of implication. The schemes of Dao Ming Zi are far from over. Yi Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, what do you mean? The judge slowly explained, he deliberately chose not to eliminate the corpse dragon in order to infect more corpse spirits and attract souls. This is why this place has become the most suitable location for souls to gather and wait for reincarnation. It was then that Yi Ling realized. In other words, the benefactor truly wanted to provide a final resting place for all souls, which is why he has been planning for hundreds of years. The judge concluded with a decisive nod, that's right. Hearing those words, Yi Ling couldn't hold back her emotions. She trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, choking back, I didn't expect that because of our souls, the benefactor had to bear a bad reputation for hundreds of years. In the distance, the female disciples crowded around Chu Sheng, cheering and praising him. Wow, senior brother Qin is really impressive. I didn't expect you to defeat the corpse dragon with underwear. Thank you, junior brother. I know you may be a bit perverted, but at critical moments, you are definitely reliable. Senior brother Qin, can you teach me how to practice? I can give you my underwear. Chu Sheng awkwardly waved his hand. No, it seems like everyone is misunderstanding something about me. At that moment, his gaze suddenly turned towards the sword god, shining with a strange light. A sudden joy welled up in Chu Sheng's heart, his eyes sparkling. The boss has been defeated, and now no one can stop me from reclaiming my cultivation. He stepped forward, his hand touching the sword. So this sword has always been within the corpse dragon's body. It seems my cultivation fragment is here as well. The system announced. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the final boss of the secret realm and retrieving the missing data in the game. Zhu Xing felt the power from the sword rushing into his body. A smile appeared on his lips. This feeling, my power has returned. The system continued to announce, automatically merging the data fragments, upgrading strength from golden elixir stage to nascent soul stage. Zhu Xing clenched his fist, tears of happiness welling up. After so many trials, I finally regained a part of my cultivation. Soon after, the system announced again, this time with surprising news. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Due to outstanding performance, the system rewards an additional set of supreme protective gear. Hearing this, Zhu Xing laughed and nodded. This system has finally done something decent. Suddenly, Yi Ling rushed in from nowhere, tears streaming down her face. She threw her arms around him, choked with emotion. Benefactor, you are truly not the shameless type I thought you were. Before, it was all my misunderstanding of you. He was taken aback and unable to respond when she continued. From now on, no matter what happens, I will never leave your side again. Chu Sheng was perplexed and thought to himself, why is Yi Ling suddenly so easy to talk to? But it doesn't matter, having such a beautiful woman cling to me like this is not bad at all. At that moment, a click was heard. The gift box opened. Superfabulous room item has been activated, automatically equipping. What is this? A beam of golden light enveloped Yi Ling, and her outfit suddenly transformed. Before his eyes, she had morphed into a cat maid, with adorable perked-up cat ears and a gently swaying tail. Yi Ling exclaimed in surprise, why have I turned into this, meow? Chu Sheng was mesmerized, blood began to flow from his nose, and he gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly. This outfit is truly amazing. Chu Sheng carefully admired Yi Ling from top to bottom in her cute cat-maid outfit. This is definitely the real deal. He unexpectedly sprayed blood from his nose for the second time. Yi Ling, embarrassed and flushed, shouted, my benefactor, what have you done, meow? Chu Sheng was startled and quickly turned to ask the system in a low voice, is this the superb item you were talking about? The system replied, yes, this outfit possesses incredibly high attributes. The owner can still control the behavior of the person wearing it to a certain extent. Chu Sheng said in a slightly astonished tone, is there really something as good as this? Ah, master. At that moment, Yi Ling stepped forward from behind, radiating an evil energy that startled him and made him break out in a cold sweat. About that, I can explain. No need to say much. After Yi Ling finished speaking, she unexpectedly lunged forward. He thought it would be the end for Chu Sheng, but no, she unexpectedly fell into his arms, holding him tightly, purring like a real kitten. The disciples who witnessed the scene were all left speechless, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Yi Ling. Am I seeing things? In Qin Junior Brother's embrace is the reincarnation of the Yama King, the ruler of countless ghosts. And yet, in front of Qin Junior Brother, she behaves like a little cat. Meanwhile, Yu Xiusheng was crying his eyes out, yelling in frustration, why did I get stabbed by a sword? It's so unfair. Zheng Jingren was still struggling to pull the sword that was stuck in his predicament. You brother, loosen up a bit, the sword is stuck too deep. And Ran stood there, looking at the scene before her with a look of disdain. Indeed, what a lecherous thing to do. How could one get involved with the wheel of reincarnation in Yama? Chu Xing stood there, confused and not understanding what was happening. In his heart, he quickly thought, could she be trying to catch me off guard and take the opportunity to defeat me? Moreover, the body of this girl, after being refined by the corpse dragon, is so soft and elastic like this. Just as he was lost in enjoyment, Yi Ling choked up and spoke with a calm gaze, I understand now, we misjudged our benefactor before, meow. Chu Xing stiffened even more, not knowing what to say. Ha! Yi Ling continued, although the world of cultivating immortals is vast, there is nowhere for the dead to reside or reincarnate. All souls can only drift in the world, meow. Chu Xing hurriedly reminded her, don't add meow at the end every time you speak. But Yi Ling calmly continued, however, benefactor, you have been infamous for 1,000 years, it turns out it is to exploit the corpse dragon for reincarnation, bringing a peaceful place for the souls. Chu Xing panicked, do I have such a plan? Then he quickly pushed her away, trying to calm her down, appearing noble. Just knowing this is enough for you. The master has always been humble, only seeking to remain hidden to leave a name behind. In his mind, he thought, although I don't know what she is really thinking, as long as she doesn't kill me, that's enough. I need to take the opportunity to leave before she realizes. But Yi Ling quickly grabbed his hand, embracing him tightly from behind, her voice whispering, I understand the torment of my benefactor. From now on, I will always stay by your side, helping you to achieve the great cause that has been misunderstood for so long. Chu Xing felt all of Yi Ling's body pressing against him, and he broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place. He thought to himself, with a helpless grimace, even though this girl is very powerful, having her follow me is no different from placing a time bomb next to me. I need to find an excuse to make her stop following me. Thinking this, Chu Xing pushed Yi Ling away again and said sternly, the realm of reincarnation has just been recreated, if you leave with me, who will manage this place? Yi Ling, no longer holding on, confidently pulled the soul of the judge out and handed it to him, just let him manage it, after all, I haven't managed anything before. It's all handled by him. Chu Xing then added a few more reasons, the times have changed. Now, the ancient secret realm needs to gather souls from all over the cultivating immortals world. Can he really manage everything on his own? It really is a bit difficult. Yi Ling was a bit dazed for a moment, then she suddenly had an idea, au. She pulled out the 2 souls of hellhounds. The 3 heads, large and small, looked around in a frenzy, and she smugly said, now he can manage it. Chu Xing was stunned and exclaimed in panic, are dog heads considered heads too? Yi Ling explained seriously, her eyes lighting up, but this is what the benefactor told me before, saying that 3-headed dogs are very popular in the West as guardians of hell. Chu Xing put his hand on his face, feeling helpless and frustrated, how did I even end up talking so much? Yi Ling didn't let him rest and continued, the benefactor's plan for reincarnation has been completed, please give a name to this realm of reincarnation. Chu Xing sighed inwardly, pondering, it seemed that not taking her along was not an option. He could only keep her happy for as long as possible. He thought of a name at random and said, let's call it the Underworld. As soon as the words were spoken, the ancient secret realm suddenly trembled violently. The ground shook, causing the surrounding disciples to gasp in panic, what is happening? The ground is shaking. From beneath the earth, towering ancient buildings suddenly rose, the most notable being a large sign engraved with the words Yan Wang Hall. Yi Ling joyfully nudged Chu Xing, no wonder you are a benefactor, you have reached the realm they call accomplished. Chu Xing, not understanding what was happening, forced a smile and tried to remain calm, it's just a small matter. At that moment, An Ran suddenly rushed in out of nowhere to interrupt the touching scene between the two. Yi Ling looked at An Ran, frowning in annoyance, do you want to disrupt me and my benefactor reminiscing about the past? An Ran stiffly declared her position, shrugging as she explained, don't misunderstand, I am not interested in the shady matters between you two. An Ran quickly snatched the sword god of justice from Chu Xing's hands, this bastard still owes me a sword, I am just here to collect a debt. Outside, in the observation room, the image of the sword god of justice appeared clearly, causing the other great clans to be shocked and stunned. That's it. Yuji stroked his beard, looking delighted. After hundreds of years, the direct disciple of the alliance leader has finally received the true sword god. Our celestial alliance has hope. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang and his faction were sulking, each person's expression dark and displeased. An elder muttered irritably, "It can't be delayed any longer." Zhang Liang nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. He began gathering energy in his palm and said, "Let's start the plan." In the conference room of the Celestial Alliance's monitoring, the atmosphere was as tense as if it had come to a halt. Yuji stepped forward excitedly. "I knew it, the direct disciple of the Alliance leader will definitely be able to save the Celestial Alliance." Zheng Chang, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. If the Alliance leader breaks through successfully, then the future position of Alliance leader will surely belong to Enran. Suddenly, Zhang Liang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "Grand Elder, you are truly loyal to the Alliance leader." Yuji immediately frowned, turning around, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting through the air. Zhang Liang, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Liang's eyes glinted with malice, his voice cold but like a needle piercing everyone's ears. "We are just feeling unwilling on behalf of the Grand Elder. We have invested our heart and soul, sacrificed blood and tears for the Celestial Alliance, yet as the leader, Qi Shao disregards the affairs of the world for the sake of a man. Currently, we have managed the sect quite well, yet we allow her disciples to benefit easily. Isn't this too unfair for us?" Yuji couldn't stand it any longer, grabbing Zhang Liang by the collar, and shouted, "You bastard, do you want to rebel?" Zhang Liang maintained his sinister smile, calmly replied, "Don't say such unpleasant things. I just hope that those who have made contributions will receive their due rewards." Yuji gritted his teeth, his voice powerful, exerting strength, threatening, "If that's the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. I will handle the internal strife on behalf of the leader." Zheng Chang, standing beside him, also stepped forward. "I will come to assist you." Zhang Liang remained standing there, calmly mocking, "Grand Elder, don't you understand yet?" But just as the two were about to act, Yuji's pupils suddenly widened, a sword unexpectedly pierced through Yuji's chest. "How can this be?" Yuji exclaimed. Blood gradually stained the clothing red. It turned out that Zhang Liang had prepared beforehand, inserting you inside. Zheng Chang could not escape a fatal blow, collapsing immediately afterward. Zhang Liang stepped forward, his gaze cold as ice. "Don't think that everyone is as foolish as you. The wise family masters will always make the right choices." Despite the pain, Yuji clenched his teeth and shouted, "Have those who betrayed you really forgotten the kindness of the ruler from years ago?" Zhang Liang casually stepped hard on Yuji's face, sneering, "Kindness? I only know that Qi Shao does not deserve this position right now. It's a pity that the old ancestor failed to obtain the true sword god. But even though the plan has encountered some obstacles, our current strength is still enough to control the situation. From today, the Celestial Alliance will belong to our 5 major families." At the same time, on the side of the underworld, Yi Ling tightly wrapped around Chu Sheng, rubbing against him repeatedly. Chu Sheng was filled with anger, feeling helpless. "Yi Ling, do you really want to leave the underworld with me?" Yi Ling replied with a smile, "Of course, I already said I wouldn't be apart from my benefactor anymore. Moreover, in the past, we, the senior brother and junior sister, all misunderstood the benefactor, especially the grand senior sister. This time, when I left with the benefactor, it was also to clear up the misunderstanding with the grand senior sister." "Well, that's actually true." Zhu Xing couldn't refuse and felt nervous, thinking to himself, "What misunderstanding could she and I have? Next time we meet, she'll definitely kill me. I can't let the plot develop like this, I must find an opportunity to escape." Behind them, Enran couldn't hide her discomfort as she puffed up her cheeks seeing the two so close. Why are these two so familiar with each other? It sounds like they know each other from before. No matter what their relationship is, someone as valuable as Qin Shou absolutely cannot be allowed to be taken by someone else. Further back, Zheng Jingren was supporting Yu Xiusheng and worriedly asked, "You brother, can you still walk?" Yu Xiusheng weakly replied, "Just slow down a bit." Thinking for a moment, Enran ran over and squeezed between the two, her voice cold, "Why are you two so close?" Didn't you just intend to kill Qin Jr. brother? How come you're so friendly now? Yi Ling tilted her chin, showing her dissatisfaction. You should ask the opposite, that's correct. What I have with the benefactor seems to have nothing to do with you, right? And Ran, with her arms crossed to keep warm, threatened, just a ghastly soul, don't try to learn to love like others, can you not? Yi Ling frowned and retorted immediately, humph, even your master doesn't dare to speak to me like that. Besides, I'm no longer a ghastly soul, am I? Wait a minute, what's going on here? Chu Xing looked at the two girls arguing because of him, sighed, and put on a smug face. Indeed, my damn charm becomes the center of attention wherever I go. The system promptly displayed a reminder, host, don't be so self-satisfied. Stepping out of the secret realm, the system happily announced, reminder to host, the contract between you and Ran has been completed, the contract disappears. Seeing this, Chu Xing tilted his head back to the sky and enjoyed, so doesn't that mean I'm completely free now? Behind him, Ran and Yi Ling were still bickering. What's wrong? Do you perhaps also like the benefactor? How could I like that kind of beast? Chu Xing glanced back with a sly smile. Now I just need to think of a way to escape their sight. You all keep arguing, but I'm suddenly having a stomach ache and need to find a restroom. At the same time, in another place, a family master of the Zhang family spoke up, Family Master, all the disciples of the Celestial Alliance have already gone out, how should we handle this? A cold voice from Zhang Liang replied, Hang Er and the old ancestor have already taken control. Now these disciples are no longer related to our 5 families. The old man waved his hand to order, capture them all, and kill anyone who resists. Understood. The spaceship of the 5 great families had just landed when a series of figures jumped down simultaneously, tightly surrounding the exit of the secret realm. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and the air was filled with evil energy. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chu Sheng was hurriedly trying to escape alone. He was completely unaware that he was about to encounter danger, his gaze solely focused on finding a way out. One of the people in the crowd pointed at him and shouted, There's a lost sheep over there. Chu Xing then found himself in the middle of the group. One person yelled, Hand over your storage ring, surrender with your hands behind your back, and come with us to the Celestial Alliance to face your punishment. Chu Xing panicked and thought, why did the people from the Celestial Alliance suddenly come to capture me? Could it be that Qi Xiao has discovered my identity? Chu Xing was not afraid and raised his middle finger, only a fool would willingly walk into a trap. Bye-bye. He quickly turned around to escape, but before he could take a step, 2 members of the group attacked. Without hesitation, a cold, sharp blade pierced straight through Chu Xing's chest. After delivering a fatal blow to Chu Xing, he fell to the ground, motionless, with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The group rummaged through Chu Xing's belongings but found nothing. One of the members frowned and said, sounding annoyed, Oh my, this little guy doesn't have a single spirit stone on him, and he's even holding a woman's underwear. Truly a poor and perverted guy, what a pity. You even used a sword to kill someone like this, how disgusting, wash your sword right away. With that, the 2 quickly left. At the same time, in another location, the group of disciples had just left the area when they were attacked by a flurry of sword chi. One of the leaders shouted loudly, Drop your weapons and surrender, otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. Jing Jingren had a clear look of confusion on his face. Why did the people of the Celestial Alliance suddenly attack us? And Ran replied in a low voice, Wait, don't worry about this, first protect the junior brothers and junior sisters well. Yu Xiu Sheng was excited inside, thinking, although I am unclear about the current situation, this is the time for me to restore my impressive image. With that thought, he drew his sword, his eyes shining with determination, unleashing numerous strikes toward the enemy. Dismissing all fear, he shouted, Junior brothers and junior sisters, don't worry, I will protect everyone. The female disciples cheered in appreciation, You senior brother, thank you, your swordsmanship is really beautiful. Inside, Yu Xiuxing felt elated, thinking to himself that this appearance of mine is indeed very handsome, let's maintain it a little longer. However, in just a moment, the disciples of the Zhang family suddenly noticed the blood flowing from Yu Xiuxing's backside. One of them smirked and said, His butt is injured, hit him there. So the group joined in and jabbed at that spot, chasing after Yu Xiusheng as he ran and yelled, "Damn it, can't you hit somewhere else?" In another corner, Yi Ling was surrounded by 4 enemies. One leaned forward, licking his lips with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Ha ha, this little girl doesn't look bad at all, and she has cat ears too, how interesting, how rude." Yi Ling, unfazed, gathered a strong light at her fingertips. Netherwheel's insight. The technique made the enemies widen their eyes in shock. But when the light shot out, the power of the technique was surprisingly weak. The group laughed uproariously. "Ha ha, Netherwheel's insight. Do you think you're the reincarnation of the King of Hell? Get back, little girl, and show us in bed." Yi Ling, furious, glared with her eyes full of rage. "Damn it, I forgot that the 6 paths of the Netherwheel had been retrieved by my benefactor. But I don't need Netherwheel's insight, it's enough to deal with you." She immediately slapped the leader hard, causing him to stagger and his face to twist in pain. The others were scared but still tried to act tough. "This little girl is quite something, let's all attack her together." Then, the whole group charged at Yi Ling with their swords. However, before they could strike, Ran used water spiritual swordsmanship, launching the first stream of water and sending them flying backward. The corners of her mouth curled up. The disciple of Grand Senior Sister has some skills after all. Ran gasped as she used her technique, her eyes filled with anger. "Damn it, although I knew long ago that the Zhang family would target the Supreme One-Sword God, I never expected them to act so boldly." In the distance, Zhang Liang was watching the battle, a sinister smile on his face, thinking, "No wonder he's called the Supreme One-Sword God, even someone at Ran's level can unleash such powerful force. But soon, it will belong to me." He unleashed the Haotian Yunin palm, his claws brimming with evil energy attacking Ran. She retaliated with the ice-binding water spirit swordsmanship. However, when the 2 techniques collided violently, her attack was quickly shattered, sending her crashing into the stone in the distance. Ran took a heavy blow, continuously coughing up blood. Zhang Liang approached, grabbing the Supreme One-Sword God, drawing it out and sneering, "This Supreme One-Sword God is significant, Miss An, being so young, you might not be able to control it." Ran spoke with fury and helplessness. "Aren't you afraid that after my master exits, he will deal with you?" Suddenly, 2 other old men approached from behind Zhang Liang. One person is the family master of the Soa family, Soa Nan, a grandmaster in the cultivation realm. The other is the family master of the Huang family, Huang Bian, who has reached the celestial ninefold peak. Zhang Liang snorted disdainfully, "Deal with us. Have you forgotten that the Celestial Alliance exists thanks to the support of our great clans?" Ran glanced at them, filled with questions. "No, where are the Yu family master and Jing family master? What have you done to them?" Zhang Liang sneered, a sinister smile on his face. "That's not something you should worry about." He then spoke in a serious tone, giving an order, "Bind them tightly and escort them back immediately." After that, Yi Ling and Ran were tightly bound together, with no chance of escape. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Zhang family slowly approached, his face heavy in thought, and spoke respectfully, "Family Master, we found 2 pigs among the debris, but we still have not discovered the whereabouts of Hang Er, the old ancestor, or little guy Qin Shou." Hearing this, Zhang Liang became furious, his eyes flashing with anger. He shouted, "Continue searching, that little guy has been deceiving us from the beginning. Whether dead or alive, he must be captured." The Grand Elder bowed his head. "Family Master, please calm down. So, what should we do with these 2 pigs?" Zhang Liang looked at them with a cold gaze. "Do I even need to ask? Of course, we're going to slaughter them for food. Do you intend to take them home and raise them?" Zhang Yuhang, currently a pig, turned pale upon hearing this, terrified and constantly squealing in despair, but was still dragged away by the Grand Elder of the Zhang family to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hate. "Old ancestor, Hang Er, just wait, I will definitely tear that little guy apart to avenge you." At the same time, in a hidden corner, Chu Xing suddenly opened his eyes wide, sat up straight, his face clearly showing excitement as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha, a bunch of insignificant soldiers thinks they can kill me. Dao Mingzi has traversed the martial world, countless enemies, yet still manages to escape unscathed, all thanks to my offline ultimate escape technique. The system chimed in, its voice slightly mocking, "Host, you are indeed the first person to think of hiding your consciousness in the system space to fake your death." From a distance, a loud shout suddenly erupted. "Hurry up, don't even think about playing tricks." He immediately jumped up and hid behind a large rock. From there, he saw a group of people escorting the disciples along with Ran and Yiling back. Chu Xing muttered, "Even Ran has been captured, so the Zhang family has really taken action." Suddenly, the system chimed in, sounding pleased with itself. "That's right, next will be the classic plot of the host, the hero saving the beauty." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing's expression darkened. He hit his forehead hard and growled, "Hero my ass, I can barely enjoy my freedom, and you've already pulled me into trouble." The system continued to smirk mischievously. "Congratulations, host, this system has just found the location of the next shard." Chu Xing instantly felt that something was wrong. He suspiciously stared at the system and asked, "What does that expression of yours mean?" The system calmly replied, "That shard is located in the Celestial Alliance's treasury." Hearing this, Chu Xing felt as if he had turned to stone. He furiously grabbed the system's collar and shouted, "Damn it, why didn't you say anything when I was in the Celestial Alliance?" The system coldly replied, "Because the storyline is designed that way, this system has no authority to modify it." Furthermore, at that time, the host did not have the true sword god, the key to this treasure. Chu Xing sighed, his face changing color. "That's right, and the true sword god is now in the hands of that old man from the Zhang family, how troublesome." Meanwhile, Zhang Liang of the Zhang family continued to issue orders, "Everyone split up, search everywhere, we must find him at all costs." Chu Xing was bewildered, pointing at himself, and asked again, "Did I really defeat 5 grandmasters, is that true?" Chu Xing quickly shook his head, dismissing that crazy thought, No, how could I have such a dangerous idea?" He also realized his situation. Now the Celestial Alliance is the real danger, this mission is too advanced, too dangerous. I need to wait until they finish their internal struggles before I act. But just then, the system's voice echoed coldly, interrupting his thoughts, "Host, what will happen if you continue like this and go to the harem where you have worked hard to build your favorability?" Thinking about the scene just now, Yiling hugged herself tightly and sobbed. "I have understood the difficult to express good intentions of my lord. From now on, I will always stand by your side and help you complete the great cause that has been misunderstood for so long." Chu Xing's expression darkened. He clenched his fist in frustration, his voice lowering, "That's right, thank you for reminding me." The system showed emotion, "Host, have you changed your mind?" But before he could enjoy the feeling of emotion, Chu Xing regretfully added, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. My reward for clearing the level is still with Yiling." The system was left speechless, "So that's what you're concerned about. Then what was your memory just now?" Chu Xing replied seriously, "That was an entire set of mythical equipment. Do you have a way to retrieve it for me?" The system explained, "Equipment can only be retrieved when in close proximity." Hearing this, Chu Xing looked at the spaceship moving away and bit his nails and thought, "This storyline can't progress without entering the Celestial Alliance. But now that I am an epic cultivator, even if I can't win in a fight, I can still use my Aurora spirit to escape." The system enthusiastically encouraged, "That's right. You need to be a little more confident." Chu Xing frowned, "But how can I sneak into the Celestial Alliance? The identity of the old ancestor of the Zhang family has been exposed, I need to find another way." Suddenly, a mumbling voice echoed from afar, "I truly admire the disciples of the Celestial Alliance, a bunch of weaklings resisting so stubbornly, my patience is about to explode." Chu Xing glanced toward the source of the voice and saw a disciple of the Zhang family dealing with his frustrations nearby. A brilliant idea struck him, and he and the system exchanged a cunning look. At that moment, a stone flew from the air, striking the back of the disciple's head and knocking him unconscious on the spot, soul leaving his body. The opportunity has come knocking. Chu Xing stepped forward, grabbed his soul, and smiled deviously, "I'll borrow your soul and clothes for a bit." The next day, on the Zhang family spaceship, Zhang Liang's furious voice echoed, "Tear apart the entire ancient secret realm and you still can't find Qin Shou and Hang Air. A bunch of useless people. Could a small disciple like Qin Shou really transfer Heng Air to another place? Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had changed his clothes and used a mask to conceal his appearance, successfully disguising himself and blending in with the group of disciples. He thought to himself, damn it. I didn't expect this guy's identity to be the bodyguard of that old man. Fortunately, the mask blocks spiritual energy, preventing me from being detected for the time being. Zhang Liang continued loudly, searching all day with no clues is pointless. Zhang San, come here and interrogate, and ran with me. One of the bodyguards beside him reminded him, what are you standing there for? The family master is calling you. Chu Sheng was startled and quickly responded, ah, okay. He thought to himself, so this guy is Zhang San, quite the name for an outlaw. Following Zhang Liang, Chu Sheng entered the prison. As soon as An Ran saw them, he rushed to the bars, shouted loudly with rage in his eyes, old dog Zhang Liang, you dare betray my master, you won't escape my curse. The Zhang family will rot in poverty together. Zhang Liang coldly snorted, raised his hand, and unleashed a powerful fire blast, causing An Ran to cry out and fall backward. Then the old man gruffly asked, don't talk nonsense, quickly tell me where Qin Shou and Heng Er are. An Ran coldly smirked, her tone mocking, ha ha, a cowardly bastard like him must have already found a place to hide. From the corner of the room, Yi Ling loudly retorted, my benefactor is not that kind of person, he will definitely come to save us. He might be right beside us waiting for the right moment. Chu Sheng stood to the side, feeling anxious and guilty. Could she have figured out my identity? Zhang Liang sneered, you seem to have a lot of faith in that little guy. Yi Ling firmly replied, I no longer misunderstand my benefactor, because he has always secretly helped us. At that moment, the grand elder of the Zhang family entered, respectfully saying, Master of the family, we have arrived at the treasure vault. Zhang Liang happily ordered, okay, let's go open the treasure vault, and remember to take these two with us. While the two were still confused and unaware, the old man maliciously thought to himself, I hope that little girl's words are true. Qin Shou, you must come to save them. A while later, Zhang Liang led a group of people to stand before the large door of the sect's treasure vault. The old man's eyes sparkled with smugness, his lips curling into a sly smile. Haha, finally the entire museum of the sect belongs to us, he declared arrogantly. Then he concentrated spiritual energy at his fingertips and directly channeled it into the main sword of the sword god. With a strong thrust into the keyhole, the treasure door began to tremble, preparing to open. Elsewhere, in a tranquil stone chamber, Qi Xiao was in secluded training when she suddenly sensed something unusual and opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, the sect's treasure has been tampered with by someone else. At the same time, the treasure door gradually creaked open. The group following Zhang Liang cheered excitedly, great, finally the secret treasure of the Celestial Alliance will be ours. Zhang Liang laughed loudly and proclaimed, from now on, I, Zhang Liang, am the righteous leader, commanding the world. Standing beside him, Chu Sheng couldn't hide his anxiety, silently thinking, oh no, if they get in first, it might affect my search for the secret data I need. But before he could speak up, a cold voice rang out, stop right there. Hearing that, Zhang Liang was startled and turned around. Immediately, a powerful strike descended, causing the ground to erupt with dust. The onlookers felt fear and retreated. Suddenly, a majestic figure appeared amidst the dust. Qi Xiao lightly landed on the ground. The atmosphere became suffocating. Chu Xing broke out in a cold sweat, horrified thought, wasn't she in seclusion? How did she appear here? Qi Xiao's gaze swept over everyone, her voice cold, this treasure must not be touched by anyone. Behind her, Huang Bian whispered to the person next to him, it's over. Isn't Qi Xiao in seclusion because of that man? Why is she appearing now? We haven't taken anything from the treasure, it's not convenient to confront her directly. Zhang Liang smirked, his tone mocking, she's just a little girl always thinking about men, what's so scary about that? The other side was in admiration, no wonder he is the family master of the Zhang family, truly more imposing than us. But right after, the old man changed his attitude, hurriedly approached, and flattered, leader, you have been in seclusion for many years, perhaps you don't know that this time our Hang heir has found the true sword god in the secret realm. We came here to open the treasure and rebuild the Celestial Alliance. Qi Shao coldly replied, you have worked hard, but what is inside really cannot. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Liang and the others knelt down in unison, earnestly begging, Master, please open the treasure, we want to rebuild the Celestial Alliance. No matter what you say, it won't work. Saying that, Qi Zhao's face turned slightly red, thinking to herself, what is inside is a secret that cannot be known by anyone else. Zhang Liang glanced, gritting his teeth in contemplation, could it be that she is suspicious? If we strike directly, although there is a risk, if we join forces, we might not lose. Seeing that scene, Chu Xing felt uneasy. Could these people really deceive this foolish girl? Absolutely not allowing their plan to succeed. Got it. Chu Xing coldly smiled, and then he presented and ran, tightly tied up, Qi Zhao's direct disciple, and provoked her, you unreasonable woman. Your direct disciple has been captured by us. If you don't want her to die, you better open the door obediently. Hearing this, the face of old ancestor Zhang family froze, stiffening in shock. All eyes were confused and astonished, fixed on Chu Xing. Zhang Liang could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, Zhang San, you have gone mad, why bring this up? But it was too late, in the blink of an eye, several streams of sharp sword light came rushing in. Fortunately, Zhang Liang reacted quickly and dodged. Qi Zhao's eyes flashed with evil energy. What have you done to Enran? The group of Zhang Liang realized their plan had been exposed, so they had no choice but to reveal their cards, simultaneously releasing their spiritual energy, ready to confront the enemy. TSK, a bunch of traitors. Qi Xiao gritted her teeth as the energy around her body concentrated, then unleashed the five-element swordsmanship, clashing with the energy of the Zhang family. Chu Xing, seizing the moment, shouted loudly, Grand Elder, quickly help the family master. I'll go call for reinforcements. Inside, he smirked, thinking that once they fought until both were exhausted, the treasure would be his. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chu Xing quickly sneaked over to the treasure vault door. The system folded its arms, speechless. Host, you have no hesitation in betraying your entire harem. Chu Xing confidently held the sword of the sword god and said proudly, women only slow down my upgrading process, and moreover, she even wants to take my life. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at the battle. Meanwhile, the fight became more intense than ever. Qi Xiao wielded her sword with the five spirits swordsmanship, single-handedly facing off against Zhang Liang in Suanan. Sensing an opening, Huang Bian seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the blade only struck a surface as hard as steel, not leaving even a scratch on her back. What? Before he could react, Qi Xiao finished him off with a single strike. Zhang Liang, severely injured, fell to the ground, stammering, no way, has she become a golden body? Could it be that she has truly reached the legendary realm? Qi Xiao stood in the middle of the battlefield, gripping her sword firmly, her aura radiating power around her. She spoke coldly, there are differences even among ground immortals. With me here, you should not think of causing trouble. At that moment, a loud noise came from the large door of the sect's treasury, causing everyone to stop. All eyes turned towards it. A brilliant light emitted from inside the treasure house. Chu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the golden legend. But a moment later, his face shifted from excitement to sheer terror, stammering. Damn it, what the hell is this? Chu Xing opened the door to the Celestial Alliance's treasure vault, his heart filled with curiosity and excitement. But as soon as his gaze fell on the scene inside, a wave of fear immediately engulfed his mind. His eyes widened, his face pale, and he unconsciously took a step back. This is, a giant portrait of Dao Mingzi hanging prominently in the middle of the room. Two curtains on either side were neatly pulled aside as if in reverence. He muttered in panic, what the hell is all this? In front of him was not only the painting but also all the clothes, tools, and weapons that Dao Mingzi had ever used. They were meticulously arranged, displayed neatly like treasures. Even the flattened, old gourd skewer was preserved in a glass case, looking like a precious artifact. Chu Xing's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, damn it, I thought the Celestial Alliance's vault had something impressive. Why is it all just stuff I've used before? This woman is really a freak. The system that appeared could not hide its astonishment, softly exclaiming. No wonder she is the first female lead to achieve maximum likability. She really can reach this level. Saying this, she lightly nudged his shoulder and teased, "Congratulations, host." Looking at this, Qi Xiao must be. Chu Xing lowered his face, gritting his teeth and growled, "I can feel it too, she must hate me to the bone." The system was momentarily surprised and asked, "Huh? Why?" Chu Xing pointed at the colorful sword neatly placed on the rack. "Do you see this sword? It looks quite formidable, doesn't it?" The system observed for a while and then nonchalantly responded, "What's so special about it? Isn't it just an ordinary low-grade magic weapon?" Chu Xing smiled faintly. "That's right, this sword was used at the founding of the Celestial Alliance when there was no money. I used it to swindle money, a fake spirit sword." He recalled the scene clearly in his memory. Qi Xiao was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. "But master, you've sacrificed too much." He replied nobly to Qi Xiao, "It's okay, as long as I can fulfill your dream, I am willing to pay any price." Because he feared that the foolish girl didn't know how to lie, he even deliberately staged a trick to deceive her. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiao remembered this grudge and brought the sword back. The more he spoke, the angrier Chu Xing got, grinding his teeth. The system retorted, "Isn't it possible that she felt guilty and decided to redeem it?" Chu Xing didn't understand, looking blankly at the system, and asked, "Huh? What strange thing are you saying?" The system shook its head, speechless. "Is this host really dumb or just pretending? She then justifies, 'Host, isn't it because you helped her?' Qi Xiao is not the kind of person who can't distinguish right from wrong." Chu Xing pointed to the flattened candy hawthorn in the glass case, full of sarcasm. "Then how do you explain this bamboo skewer?" The system wondered, "What's wrong with the bamboo skewer?" Chu Xing irritably recounted, "Back in the day, the hawthorn candy I bought for her accidentally fell to the ground and was crushed by a horse-drawn carriage. I was too lazy to buy a new one, so I tricked her into believing this was the hawthorn candy I purposely found." He recalled, at that time, Qi Xiao's eyes lit up, gratefully saying, "Oh my, it's been a long time since I've seen this kind of thing from my hometown." "Thank you, master." The system listened and sighed, quickly moving away from him. Oh dear, after hearing this, even this system wants to slap the host a few times. Chu Xing remained determined, trying to reassure himself, "Look, if she forgives me, it would truly be a miracle, so I absolutely cannot let her find out." As soon as Chu Xing finished speaking, he began to rummage through the treasure vault, hurriedly mumbling, "System, where are the fragments? Quickly help me find them and disappear." Seeing Chu Xing's panic and frantic behavior, the system couldn't help but speak with disdain, "The host is truly a coward." Nevertheless, the system activated its scanning mode to check the surroundings. Meanwhile, Chu Xing continuously gathered anything that seemed valuable, from weapons and divine artifacts to small trinkets. He stuffed everything into a large sack, his face clearly showing eagerness. The system unexpectedly spoke up, "Host, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Whatever it is, just tell me. What's going on?" Chu Xing asked while hoisting a sack full of items on his shoulder. The system calmly responded, "The good news is that the fragments truly lie within this vault." "Alright, which one?" Chu Xing asked excitedly. The system explained calmly, "But everything in this vault has a scanning reaction." Chu Xing was puzzled, surprised, "Huh? Do you mean I have to take all of this with me?" The system replied in a calm voice, "Almost, but taking it with you may not necessarily restore the lost data. Perhaps a special unlocking method is needed." Hearing this, Chu Xing was furious, pinching the system's cheek hard, angrily saying, "With so many things, I can't even stuff you full." The system raised a finger and calmly corrected, "That is system space, host, mind your words." At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, you damned wench, don't think you can stop me." A figure rushed in, it was Zhang Liang, his eyes burning with greedy desire. He shouted loudly, "The vault of the Celestial Alliance should belong to all the clans participating with us." Suddenly, Zhang Liang displayed a look of surprise, overwhelmingly disappointed. As he approached, he clearly felt the reason why the master forbade other families from entering the treasury. He yelled, "So that's it, no wonder that hateful woman doesn't let anyone into the treasury. I didn't expect that the treasure of the Celestial Alliance was the inheritance of the demon leader Dao Mingzi." Chu Xing quickly hid in a corner, thinking to himself, "Damn it. Qi Xiao can't hold off this damned old man, but I just need to sneak away." As Chu Xing was sneaking away, Zhang Liang discovered him. The old man stood in front of the two, their eyes locking for a moment. Chu Xing's face turned pale, forcing a smile. "Family master, you arrived just in time. I've figured out the mechanisms and traps in this treasury, so please feel free to loot." But Zhang Liang's eyes burned with anger, evil energy overflowing as he remembered what he had done earlier. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, and shouted loudly, "Zhang San, you are indeed a traitor, trying to sneak away and deceive me." Chu Xing's face went pale, thinking, "Damn it, so are we fighting now?" Zhang Liang roared, unleashing a palm strike of Wu Tian Yunyan directly at Chu Xing's chest. But unexpectedly, a hidden energy emanated from his body, blocking the powerful attack of the old man. Zhang Liang was astonished, stepping back a few paces. What? Countless magic weapons he had buried were emitting a strong aura to protect him. The old man exclaimed in shock, "Such a powerful treasure, you worthless scum, how can you control it?" Chu Xing felt the strength protecting him and smirked, "Hee, it seems you still recognize who the real master is." At that moment, just then, a cold voice echoed from outside the door, "Have you all seen everything? 5 Spirit Sword Mastery, Red River." A huge explosion erupted, shockwaves knocking back the 2 family masters allied with the Zhang family, sending them deep into the treasury. Suo Nan, heavily injured, struggled to stand. Upon seeing Zhang Liang, he shouted for help. "Zhang family master, quickly take the divine weapon to assist, we can't hold on any longer." At this moment, as the dust gradually cleared, a figure appeared, with sharp eyes and evil energy radiating throughout the space, the voice piercing straight into everyone's mind, "Have you all seen everything?" Zhang Liang was sweating profusely, trembling as he replied, What do you see?" At that moment, Chu Sheng was fiercely battling Zhang Liang. The appearance of Qi Xiao, exuding overwhelming evil energy, made the situation even more serious. Chu Sheng was sweating, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I'm in Qi Xiao's territory. The priority here is definitely higher than the sex rebellion. This damn old man, and with her too, with such equipment, we can't hold out." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Zhang Liang spoke up, "Stop it, Zhang San. We're fighting for the family's interests, don't let outsiders benefit." Both said in unison, 3, 2. But when it came to one, both simultaneously launched their killer moves, striking hard at each other. "Die, old man, you hunting dog!" Zhang Liang shouted loudly. "Hunting dog, what do you mean by that? Old man, how can you still have the face to talk to me?" Chu Xing angrily retorted. Beside them, Qi Xiao coldly observed. Her gaze held a hint of sorrow as she quietly speculated. In this form, it is indeed him. Immediately, she focused her aura. Countless bands of mysterious, colorful light appeared, swirling around as if to shake the heavens and the earth. The long sword in Qi Xiao's hand shone brightly as he shouted, 5 spirit swordsmanship, 5 elemental unleashing. Both Chu Sheng and Zhang Liang were startled. Chu Sheng was terrified, thinking to himself, "This is not good, he is clearly aiming for me. That bastard Zhang Liang is going to get me killed." Zhang Liang was also filled with worry, telling himself, "No way, dying together with this hunting dog is not worth it. I cannot die here." The attack unleashed by Qi Xiao carried the 5 evil energies, charging straight ahead with a power like thunder. Zhang Liang quickly jumped out to avoid the blow but inadvertently fell into the attack from Chu Sheng's 3 divine weapons. These divine weapons struck directly into Zhang Liang's chest, leaving him no time to resist. Outside, at the mountain's peak, a 5-colored pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, astonishing every disciple in the Celestial Alliance. A buzz spread everywhere. What is happening? What noise is that? What has occurred? Hurry and look, it's at the main peak. The disciples of the Celestial Alliance quickly recognized this signal. The family masters immediately set out and issued a lockdown order. There is a traitor causing trouble in the Celestial Alliance, the entire alliance is under lockdown, all disciples quickly return to their rooms. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed immediately. Some travelers expressed their dissatisfaction and spoke out against it. You are not members of the Celestial Alliance, based on what authority do you manage us? That's right. Do you have a lockdown order issued by the Alliance leader? At that moment, a dignified figure appeared, and a steady voice rang out. Dear friends, please remain calm. Once we quell the rebellion, the lockdown will be lifted immediately. Someone in the crowd recognized the old man and asked, Are you elder of the Soa family? The old man stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Oh, if you recognize me, you must be from some great clan. Perhaps it would be better to heed my advice a little. The person bowed respectfully and replied, I am a disciple of the Yu family, just joined the Celestial Alliance, and I pay my respects to Elder Soa. Before he could finish his sentence, the elder's whisk was already swung, severing his head, causing blood to spatter everywhere amidst the crowd's terror. The head of the disciple fell to the ground in a state of shock, not yet understanding what was happening. The old man shook his head and sighed, It turns out to be the mixed breed of the Yu family, wasting my words. He turned to his subordinate and coldly ordered, Next time you encounter someone from the Yu family or Jing family, kill them on the spot. Understood. The subordinates replied in unison. This room belongs to the Yu family, that room belongs to the Jing family, break in. The traitorous subordinates immediately divided the areas. The old man looked towards the mountain of the treasure vault, silently hoping, even though things are going smoothly on this side, success or failure still depends on how the family master performs. In another corner of the treasure vault, Zhang Liang, battered and bruised, collapsed in a pool of blood. The two divine weapons of Chu Sheng had left deep wounds on his aged body. His eyes flashed with resentment as he stared directly at Chu Sheng, laughing coldly, No wonder you, Zhang San, acted so strangely today, it turns out to be this. The old man took a deep breath, pointed at Chu Sheng, and ridiculed, I never expected you, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, to have a secret relationship with my servant. The word struck Chu Sheng like a dagger to his heart. He stared wide-eyed, rebutting, What? You're lying. I warn you, old man, don't speak recklessly. In his heart, Chu Sheng was so terrified that it turned into anger. Qi Shao values reputation, you old man, are you trying to make me die in unrest? Contrary to expectations, Qi Shao raised an eyebrow unexpectedly, his gaze enigmatic, and replied succinctly, So what? The response left Chu Sheng dumbfounded, unable to speak. Zhang Liang burst into loud laughter. He struggled to pull two treasured swords from his body and infuse them with the black flame of Hao Tian, disdainfully saying, Do you think you are sure to win? Aren't you afraid I will expose this? Unfortunately, the black flame of the Zhang family is the divine fire that refines qi. I can claim all the treasures here as my own. The black flame on the sword god surged like hellfire, engulfing the entire space around him. Suddenly, a strange golden light emanated from the sword, piercing directly into Chu Sheng's divine consciousness. In his mind, the voice of the system echoed, Congratulations, host, for collecting a fragment of the system. Chu Sheng was secretly astonished. Filled with excitement, Chu Sheng thought, So I can extract my soul mark from the props. I can obtain fragmentary systems, it seems I've found a way. Knowing this, Chu Sheng smiled cunningly, but Zhang Liang paid no attention to his thoughts. The old man rushed straight toward Qi Shao, shouting, Die. The black flame sword of Hao Tian slashed down like thunder. Qi Shao stood still, gently raising her sword to defend. A resounding clang echoed throughout the treasury. The fierce attack was easily neutralized. Zhang Liang widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, What? Impossible. Qi Shao smirked coldly, her gaze penetrating the opponent's thoughts. I've been in seclusion for years to defeat Dao Mingzi. On what grounds do you think a few of Dao Mingzi's weapons can defeat me? Seeing everything under control, Chu Sheng took the opportunity to throw countless divine weapons at Zhang Liang, shouting, Family Master, don't lose heart, if one isn't enough, then use several at once. Despite his doubts about Chu Sheng's intentions, Zhang Liang still accepted the pile of divine weapons. The old man quickly injected dark inflammation into them, turning them into weapons of destruction, and then directed them to attack Qi Xiao. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Qi Xiao had to step back, defending herself cautiously. Zhang Liang laughed triumphantly. Oh, well, Dao Mingzi's precious item is indeed useful. Meanwhile, the system in Chu Xing's mind kept announcing, "Congratulations, host has collected a system fragment. Congratulations, host has collected a system fragment. Congratulations, host has collected a system fragment." Chu Xing chuckled, his laughter full of glee. Ha ha ha, so it turns out that reclaiming cultivation is this easy. Suddenly, the contemptuous voice of the little system rang out from behind. To restore your cultivation, you dare to push your disciple into a life-and-death situation, you are truly worse than a beast. Chu Xing gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Shut up. It's all because of this damned system." Suddenly, Qi Xiao turned around, her sharp gaze fixed directly on Chu Xing, her voice cold as she said, "Dao Mingzi, what exactly do you want to do?" Chu Xing awkwardly pointed at himself. Hesitant, "Huh? Is Leader Qi calling me?" She immediately rushed in front of Chu Xing with full evil energy. "Still trying to pretend to be innocent? Even if you turn into ashes, I would still recognize you." She quickly reached out to grab Chu Xing's head, pulling hard and shouting, "Show your true self right now." Chu Xing couldn't resist, silently cursing, "Damn it, careless now."